with here. Curry with the steal. Steps back for three.
What up, everybody?
Man, oh man, do we have stuff to talk about? Everybody, what's happening?
What's up with it, everybody? What's up, y'all? We in here. What's good, everybody? Welcome to the good, great, beautiful show. It would have been dope if we had everybody on here so we can kind of give out the little news tonight. You know what I'm saying? But people don't want to be on the show, so it is what it is. We got a new show title, y'all.
Finally.
Sports, laugh, and chill.
That part.
Let's go.
And trust me when I say finally, because it took a while to get here.
Absolutely.
We might have went through like what 100 names or something like that.
Something crazy. Over what, a month and almost 2 months?
Right. Also, Miss Danielle, thank you. I got a Pac-12 network softball broadcast. Well, I got two of them this weekend. So, you know, if I'm being on TV, I got to make sure all is looking right and well, as my mom, I'm sure, would want it to be. So, had to make sure that was all right.
Representing her right. That's right. John, what's up, man?
But yeah, oh my goodness, like it's crazy. Like we just had a show on Monday. And even since Monday, there's so much new stuff that has happened. Obviously, like as we speak now, the Lakers and the Grizzlies are playing. Honestly,
Lakers getting dog walked.
Which honestly, if I'm being honest with you, I'm not surprised.
Me either.
I fully expected this. One of those things too, where like if I'm the Lakers, it's crazy, and we'll get into the other side of this in a second. But if I'm the Lakers, it's one of those games where if I'm keeping it real with you, I think about resting LeBron.
At this point, it looks like it right now.
Well,
they look like they didn't already started resting them.
Well, and that's the thing. I haven't looked at any of the box scores yet, but hey, you already did your job. You won a game on the road. You're going back to, I don't care what the name is. You're going back to Staples. So you did your job already. Might as well rest him. He's what, 38, 39? Yeah. Sit him.
Why don't you just finish off though? You know what I'm saying? Like this is the part that part where when it comes to a discussion about certain things and having killer instinct, this is that part that with LeBron that frustrates me, because when you know a team is down, you're supposed to take advantage and take care of that team and that player that's down right now.
Sure.
And I just feel like oftentimes what I see from LeBron is complacency instead of, hey, give me the ball. If I'm going to set up, I'll set a precedence if anything. You know what I'm saying? But it just doesn't seem that way. It's just like you said, they're cool with, hey, well, we at least did what we came to do. We got the split, so I'm good on that. No. Let's get both of the games and we go home and we don't get back on a plane until, round 2. You get more rest. You know what I'm saying? People are more healthier. And then you done took that night off. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to get ready for the Kings or the Warriors. But hey, maybe I guess I'm thinking that just don't sound, all that great or all that smart. So it is what it is.
Oh no, like trust me, I think for me too as a competitor, like I agree with you. Like I want to make that clear. I'm just saying, especially in today's age, right? Like that.
Yeah.
That's the. I guess that's the precursor I should have used in today's age. Like, yeah, why not? Because I mean, again, even to this point, and first off, appreciate you, Full Monty Sports Show channel. Like, appreciate you tuning in. I get it, but at the same time, wasn't all the talk last year when the Warriors were playing the Grizzlies when John Morant got hurt? Oh, well, they play better when John Morant is out. So you can lose. Tyus Jones is actually a phenomenal backup point guard. He should be a starting point guard in this league, if we're being honest. And he probably will be. But so no, he should be like, you absolutely can lose. We've seen it happen before. We'll see it happen again. And yeah, no, that's how I feel about it.
It's playoff time. It's complacency. I hate complacent teams.
Yes,
I
it
hate
is.
guys that play this way. Like, yo, first of all, since you guys have been together, what is it? Since the playoff break, you only had so many games together. Play fully together, not just, well, you know what? Hey, it is what it is. Whatever. I was on the Full Monty Sports Show today.
There goes Gina.
Great
That's
show.
right, she was, and she did a phenomenal job. So shout out to Gina. I mean, I know she had her 2-year-old nephew with her then, and she was still on the show, but now it's an excuse why she can't be on here. I guess her phone got locked again, but that, that's another story. I'm messing with you, Gina. You know I love you, but
that is kind of true that you bring that up. So for a million viewers, you'll get on with your nephew, but for us,
right,
like, we don't know stories and we don't know like certain things. We're always off the script of stuff, so like we didn't know, that certain thing would happen. But I mean, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, it's all good. Marcus, what up, big dog?
What happened, Marcus? What happened, Steve-O?
We back to being down 9 again. This is wild. Like, as horrible as the Lakers are playing, we're still only down 9. This is wild. Like, I ain't gonna lie. If the Lakers pull this out, I don't have nothing more to say. Like, I would still be tripping off of it. Monty, you actually more than correct. Lakers, they technically are still in it. It's just wild.
Absolutely.
Man. Whatever.
Absolutely. All right. Well, let's get to it, because I know there is something that, well, y'all know this has been on my mind for a minute.
I wish. Oh, hold on. Before you get started, though.
No, yeah, go ahead.
First of all, y'all, if y'all really, this is how tight we are slowly getting to, like, with the crew and everything, with all of us right now. 4 of us, the last, right after the show or whatever, right after everything went down, we ended up watching the Warriors game together, sitting, just chilling, just talking, and we just watched it. Everybody was in their respective spots, just conversing, just talking, just watching the actual game. And then we got on and went live after. So a bunch of y'all don't even know.
Monty.
You know what I'm saying? And definitely we appreciate you, man.
Yes,
definitely.
absolutely.
Thank you so much. We truly appreciate all the people that get on here and subscribe and hit the comments and hit the like button as well. We definitely appreciate all y'all. But it's like the way that we watched it and everything, trust me, it was dope. It was a dope feeling. It was a dope expression. And then after that, just to get that instant reaction, because a couple of us knew how y'all felt as Warriors fans, but to truly see it in that way, that was dope. That was a dope little experience. And we got on there. Shout out to Wise. We got on Wise's on his channel and everything. Everything. It was dope. It was dope. So, But get to your thing. I'm sorry, man. I apologize.
You're 100% good. Here's my thing, though. Obviously, as y'all know, I work with the Warriors. I know some sources that are very close to the Warriors, all this stuff, right? So call me biased if you want, but at the same time, at the end of the day, I'm a basketball fan or sports fan in general.
Absolutely.
And I can tell and notice, as we all can, when narratives and certain agendas switch.
Yeah.
So I want to start there before I get to the Draymond suspension. I want to start there because a lot of people in Sacramento
You talk, I got you.
No, yeah,
You
you
good.
good. I was gonna say a lot of people in Sacramento, they are so quickly ready to play this victim role, right? I mean, we talked about it on the last show, right? Like, first off, somebody grabs me after a game, I shove him, and then it's like, hey, it's all love. Like, don't know, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. Well, that kind of sounds like what Sabonis did, but again, like I said, I'll get to that. But even from the standpoint of a lot of the media up there, they want to complain and cry about how they want to complain and cry about how they aren't getting the attention. They aren't getting what they deserve. Well, let's get one thing straight about how the media up there in Sacramento has portrayed the Kings up until this year. Okay.
Talk on it.
So y'all remember a few. I'm going even before last year, because 2 years ago was when the De'Aaron Fox extension talks were starting to happen. A lot of people in Sacramento did not think or did not want De'Aaron Fox to get an extension. They didn't think he deserved it, especially not. I think it was 5 years, 130 million, something like that. They didn't think he deserved that. Fast forward to the next year, we're by the deadline. So this is now when, of course, the now infamous, if you were famous, what side you're on, Tyrese Halliburton trade for Domantas Sabonis happens. I remember when it happened, and again, I know a lot of people on that Sacramento side. They were not happy. The reason why they weren't happy, obviously, we all know how much Tyrese Halliburton's loved in the Sacramento community, but a lot of people are also saying they traded the wrong point guard. That's like your own people were saying that you traded the wrong point guard. It wasn't this, wasn't that, because that was a year De'Aaron Fox actually put on some muscle, put on some weight, and like good weight. Not saying he got fat, like put on some good weight,
Right.
and his shot percentages went down because of it. It happens. I know Steph, like a few years ago for the Warriors, he did the same thing, right? Gained some weight, try to bulk up because of the physical play. Shot percentages went down.
Had to
And
get used to that body first.
yeah, you got to get used to it. Now, were there people on the national scale and level saying that no, the Warriors, I mean the Kings were wrong? Of course they were. But it was people in Sacramento that were doing it. You did that to your own guy, and now all of a sudden he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Now let's take it another level. Let's look at who you're matching up against in this first round. Not even just the reigning defending champions. You're going up against a team that has won 4 of the last 8 championships in the NBA. Of course, all the attention is on them. If you thought otherwise, I'm sorry. You like what Rod loves to say a lot. Congratulations, you played yourself. You did.
Absolutely.
You did. Like I mean, for example, we're looking at a series right now. Like I said, the Lakers and the Grizzlies are playing right now. And if any Memphis person, fan, media person, whatever, thought that the majority of the media attention was going to be on the Grizzlies in this series, I'm sorry. You just don't understand how it works. You just don't. First off, the Lakers are the most storied franchise in NBA history, right? It's the Lakers and then it's the Celtics. We all know and get that. But then you put on the fact that you have one of the best players in NBA history on that team as well. Yeah, guess what? The angle of everything is going to be about what LeBron does, what the Lakers do. I'm sorry, like, and I get it. Obviously, there's a whole thing with Ja and what happened during the season, but at the end of the day, the majority of what it's all about is about the Lakers. And so, like, my thing is, first off, you got to understand where you are and what you are in terms of a small market team, the team that hasn't done anything since 2003, 2004, whatever the case was. It's been 16 years. Yeah, you're not going to get the majority of the attention about this. Trust me, I get it. I'm from a bigger media sports place than Sacramento. I'm from Atlanta, right? And when Atlanta went on their run 2 years ago, it wasn't about, oh, look at the Hawks. What the Hawks doing? Is the process over? Is this over? Is that over? What happens if Giannis doesn't beat them? But again, I get it. I understand it. So that's all I'm saying is I need y'all to understand this too. It's just how it works.
I think the sad thing behind the situation also is the person that gets hit for the reaction versus how
Yep,
did we get to that point?
I
If we
agree.
start, I heard something from Gilbert Arenas, and which makes sense. If we start eliminating how we got to the person and why they reacted, we would take care of a lot of things before we even get to that point. And I feel like if we take care of how if we take care of the situation first and not the reaction, then it's all good. But if you only going to handle the reactional person, then what are we doing? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Draymond doesn't fall if half of the situation doesn't go on before that.
I
It
agree.
just doesn't happen that way. Now, to the other side of it though, you jumped on my man's chest. like
Well, so
what you
here's the thing. Like, obviously, like
what?
Rod, you watched the game with us. You know a lot of other people
Right.
from the Bay. Have
Right.
you heard from anybody? At least, yeah. Like again, I don't know who all you talked to. Have you heard from
Right, right.
anybody that said that him being ejected wasn't justified? We like all
I
all
don't
Warriors people have said that, right?
I don't yeah, like I don't know anybody who's not a Warrior fan that hasn't said that.
That
I
that's
agree.
that's my
I
point.
agree.
So
Yeah.
and I'm happy that Monty said this. We can get into it now. Here's like my biggest takeaway from the Draymond situation, right? Is first and foremost, to me, it feels like a rat chase. The reason why I say that is if you look exactly at what the NBA said when they issued out the report, they're talking about, oh no, it's the history, it's the recent acts. Okay, well, here's the thing. Have you not suspended him or punished him for the recent acts? Like, if you want to say it's because of the technical fouls he had, well, you actually suspended him a game during the regular season for the technical foul accumulation. And actually, the last technical foul that he had was a terrible call. It was a terrible call on Draymond to give him the technical foul, but you gave it to him anyway. Okay, cool, got it. Whatever, it is what it is.
Right.
Um, since in terms of the playoffs, what's the last flagrant foul or technical foul that Draymond had before this?
Last year, I think.
He had that one, and then besides that, since 2016, he's had only that one. That's it. So again, I ask if you're going to ask about someone's reputation and resume, what are you going off of? It sounds like to me
Regular
like,
season.
oh, you're going off of I'm just waiting for it. I'm just waiting for it. But also, if you're just waiting for something, haven't you had the opportunity to punish him in the past? Whenever he's done whatever these things are that you say that he's a repeat offender. If I'm going by the NBA league report, if you had the chance to do that, why'd you do it then?
I think what's sad is that because people always continue to use the repeat offender in every aspect. You know what I'm
Absolutely.
saying? That's the
Yes.
part that I hate. And that's why I always say, like I understand what people do at one time, but let's not act like people can't
Marcus is
improve
a
or
fool.
change. I know. Can't improve and change, their ways. And Danielle, for you to say, Sabonis got up and he was bumping chests and everything like that, regardless of what he did once he got up, the situation remains that he still got his chest. He still got kicked, whether it hurt or whether it didn't. The action was still done. And
Mhm.
for it to be looked at as, well, look what he did after the fact of, him get it doesn't matter what happens after that. So what he
Actually, I'll
if he sold it, he sold it. It is what it is. It's part of the game. That's the Dennis Rodman used to always sell. Vlade Divac used to always sell. Everybody sells flopping. Everybody does. This is a flop
actually
league.
no, I no for sure. But actually, I say Miss Danielle, she makes a good point. The reason why I say that is because again, with what Joe Dumars said, right? Like I'm not even saying this is my point of view. This is literally from the person's mouth. They talked about how the potential of Sabonis being hurt played into it. Now let's look at the timeline. So it was last night when the league suspension came out. It was like around like what 8:30, 8:40 Pacific time when it came out. Guess what comes out about 10, 11 minutes after the fact? Oh, Domantas Sabonis had to get an MRI or X-ray for a bruised sternum. Okay, like something's a little off about that to me. But let's look at it even in the game. So when it happened, there was still about 7, 8 minutes left in the game. And you finish the rest of the game. You're doing the dunks. You're doing the chest bumps for your teammates. Like, the reason why I feel like she has a good point is because if all of a sudden the reason, like, or a part of what went into the suspension is because you think he's hurt, well, then let's look at the whole situation. And if I say let's look at the whole situation, I'm not even talking about that I'm not talking about just that one instance. Let's go back to game one. Let's go back to the end of game one when Draymond gets a rebound. They're going the other way. This is I think it was the last possession for the Warriors. They're going the other way. Sabonis holds down Draymond so he can't go down on offense. I was up there in the rafters saying, hey, let's call a timeout. You don't have all your guys there. But obviously, the Warriors, they played it out. But you could make the argument, and I will make the argument, this whole series, the first two games, Sabonis has been baiting Draymond to make something happen. And you know what? In that instance, he has done a good job. Obviously, right? Like, he has done a good job at it. But at the same time, if I am the league and you're actually really reviewing things and looking at things like you say you are, you have to put that into consideration. You just have to. If you're actually doing an investigation of what happened, you have to look at that. And I don't think that they did. I don't think they have. All they saw is, like I said from the beginning, they saw it was Draymond. They want to do the rat chase and say, aha, I got you. And boom, that's where we went from there.
I'm not saying you're wrong. That's the part everything that you brought up and everything that you presented, I agree with you. It's just a mere fact of we are athletes. You
Sure.
and I, we've been athletes. So we know the mechanism and we know what goes on behind closed doors and what teams do to get certain things and certain narratives going. Now, and I'm going to use an example for what you even presented, even though it's the truth. Think about, like you said, the suspension or whatever the case may be, and then all of a sudden he's getting the MRI. The reason why we put the MRI out there, hey, let's just throw it out there. He had to go get an MRI and all this other crap. Because now we have to bait you guys even to feeling even that much more pathetic behind and feeling that much more compassionate behind the situation, while you're also getting the Dubs riled up on the situation. Now they're even more fun. Man, now look at what they're doing. Which, hopefully, it should take the Dubs. They should use this as motivations to walk
I
in
agree.
and be like, hey, man, we should go in here and blow these motherfuckers out.
I
Let's
agree.
go run. Let's go drag them.
Yes.
And then some. Because a situation like this, oh, no. That's what, if that's how they want to play this game, all right, let's get it. Let's give them exactly what they want. And let's go out here and dominate. It's always been that way. And I'll use another portion. Think about how like Dennis Rodman was. Dennis Rodman got 1998, Utah Jazz, Chicago Bulls. Dennis Rodman, Garden, Karl Malone. They running up the court. Rodman getting in his way, falling.
Yep.
What happens?
Yep.
Karl Malone falling right over him. He did it again. He's falling over him again. It's so many things that go into the game to try and get this person off. Now, granted, we all know that Draymond is no Karl Malone when it comes to scoring or any in that type of that's not even his game at all.
Of course.
We
Yeah.
know that. So to think that you're going to get in his head as far as that portion of it, no. But they feel like they have to get him out some way, somehow. Do I like the strategy? No. But as an athlete and as a ball player, you got to honestly look at this and go, that's pretty crafty what they doing.
Oh,
Do
no.
I like
like I
it?
said,
No,
I agree.
I don't like it. But
Yeah.
athletes should know, like, that's a pretty crafty thing that they're doing. I like what they're doing. As a casual fan, they'll look at this and be like, oh, this is BS. This is messed up. This is da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, there's so much strategy that goes on in sports behind closed doors before they even step on the floor or on the
Yes.
field or whatever
Yes.
they play.
So no, that's the other side of it for me. Like, and again, I'm glad you brought this point up because I do want to make this point in terms of if people think I'm just going to be a Draymond apologizer for this, which I'm not. That you can go somewhere else for that. Because you remember a couple of months ago, I forget which post game it was. It was a post game press conference, and Draymond was talking about, someone asked him like, "Do you feel like people can bait you into technical fouls, things of that nature?" He said, "No."
Nobody can.
He said, "I get technical fouls when I want to,
when
right?
I want to. Yep.
When I want to." Well, guess
Stupid
what?
statement.
Well,
Stupid statement.
I guess still technically he's right because it was a flagrant. It wasn't a technical, but no, like again, let's call a spade a spade. Sabonis has baited you into that through 2 games now. He has.
Absolutely.
He has.
Absolutely.
But another side of it too is again, I go back to the league. And the reason why I want to do that is because let's not act like the league knows, not this year, but going into next year, they're going to benefit off of this and they know it. And I say that because like go back to even last year, right? There was the flagrant 2 foul on Gary Payton II by Dylan Brooks in that playoff series.
Yeah.
Now, all of a sudden things start heating up. Even if you go before that, it was the comments from Jaren Jackson Jr. talking about they're a dynasty or strength in numbers. That whole tweet. Clay saw it. Clay brings it up in the post-game presser after they win the finals. Guess what? The league knows. Ooh, there's beef here.
Ooh.
There's
I'm
beef.
sorry.
No, you're good. I was gonna say like, no, we have beef here. So since we have beef, we can use that to sell it. We can put get those games on national TV anytime they match up, and we're gonna do that.
Right.
And now, obviously, we don't know what's going to happen with Draymond and his situation. Obviously, he has a player option for next year, I think, for $28 million. But if Draymond is back, guess what I fully believe the league is going to do in terms of, the Warriors are playing the Kings, and there's this little beef to it. National TV.
Oh yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing about it. That's like, and I get it from the money standpoint, but you know me, I can't stand hypocrisy. I don't like it. That's the other part about it for me though, is the fact of y'all know you want to benefit off this as much as possible when it's time to do it. And but you're going to suspend him for the same exact thing that you kind of want. Like, everybody in the league is nice. Everybody in the league is a nice guy outside of, what we view Draymond as on the court and then what we view Dylan Brooks as on the court. And Patrick Beverley. I tell you, it's those 3 guys. Everybody else is nice. You don't really have those rivalries. But now all of a sudden you do have some dudes where it's like, oh no, there's an issue, there's beef here, there's beef there. You want to sell it. So don't try to so don't try to sell something and it's the same thing that you're going to suspend somebody for.
Yeah. I get exactly what you're saying. You see it all the time from people. You see it all the time from teams. This will be game 1 next year. You know what I'm saying? Like it'll be if like you said, Draymond is on the Warriors next year. Kings Warriors in Sacramento first game. If it all depends on which team wins. You know what I'm saying? Whichever team wins, that's the home court.
That's the home court.
Game 1. Yeah, that's game 1. To open off the season, tip off, boom, them 2 teams. It's just gonna happen that way. They got to create this narrative of, like it's, the battle of the Bay, when everybody who's in the Bay and who lives in California knows, or mainly Southern or Northern California knows, them 2 Sacramento ain't in the Bay, but
right.
they don't know that. But it happens that way. We'll see what goes on from here. I do really feel that we're gonna get a nuclear game from Clay, because I just feel like too much attention will be on Steph. Steph will get his points, he'll get his buckets, but I just feel like these are the moments that Clay thrives off of in past times, and I feel like it will be the same thing again. So
I'm expecting at least, I would say 22 from Kuminga. The reason why I say, and here's why I say that, because as we've talked about plenty of time with Steve Kerr and some of these young guys, the biggest thing that works against them is that they don't know one possession to the next if they're going to get taken out or not.
Right.
And, obviously Wise isn't in here to defend his guy, but that right now, for the most part, that's who's behind Kuminga on the depth chart, right? So
you will see him play tomorrow.
He's gotta play.
He will play tomorrow. He's got to give somebody some type of breather. He's been in the rotation this year. You can't just exclude him.
But like, to your point, it's like you said, if he does play, it's just a breather. Like you need
Absolutely.
Kuminga to play 25
Lights
to
out.
30 minutes next, tomorrow. And he knows that. He knows that. So he has that comfortability of knowing, you know what, even if I mess up, I can play free because I'm not coming out. I can't come out. So I think it's going to be a big
tomorrow.
They literally need him. So I think it's going to be a big Kuminga game. I really do.
It's a huge Kuminga game. This is a game that I feel like the Warriors get to finally see what Kuminga can do. Look, let it all hang out. Do your thing. I thought you had it, Wise. Can you send Wise that?
What's going on with Wise?
He need the link.
Okay.
But I just feel like, all right. I just feel like anytime you look at it from that situation, it's just we already know what we're gonna get. We kind of know what kind of player that he is. As far as Kuminga, he's a leaper. He'll jump out of the gym on you, so on and so forth. But I also feel like you can get yelled at tomorrow. But guess what? You get to, like you just said, you get to still stay in the game. That's something that you don't have to worry about. So confidence-wise, okay, I heard what you had to say. But guess what? I get to still stay in here and do my thing. The only way, and I mean the only way, is if it's like catastrophic and he just plays beyond terrible and just arguably just he's point shaving. That's the only way he won't play for the rest of the game. But outside of that, no. Kuminga, I expect Kuminga to come out there, give you a double-double, and I even see him getting a couple of blocks out of the situation. I really see it.
I could see that too. Also, hold up, Wise. I just copied the link, so I'm about to send it to you. I do. Like I said, like this. That's
go.
the thing. There he goes. There he goes. Wise is in here.
There you go. Let's go, fam.
And there's Brandon. What's good, Brandon? How you doing?
Brandon, what up, man?
But no, I fully agree with you. Like it's something to see and say about when these young guys get to play freely. Like I think even to an extent, and I'm not blaming this solely for why he's been playing bad, but I think you can partially put that on why Jordan Poole's playing the way he's played. His leash once again is short too.
But he should be able to play free tomorrow too, especially
with
I'm saying,
the
bully not being there tomorrow. Like you should be able to just go and play your game. You should know that you're not gonna get punched, or at least, no, because there are cameras around. You guys' facility that
again.
I
have no
footage.
access.
That's what we're doing, huh?
Tapes.
I mean, hey,
that's what I come into, huh?
I want to let the record show once again. I have no access to those tapes. I did not release that footage. Okay.
We understand, Jordan, because that was a droid footage, so we know it wasn't you. So
also it was Gina.
No, it wasn't
I didn't say that, but
it might have been a little person in some room, some office or something like that.
It did look like it came from a low angle.
That's
high.
all we're saying. That's all we're saying. Hey, you know how you do this with the camera?
Exactly.
That's what she's doing. Man, LeBron done shot so many threes, man. This is why we gonna lose.
What up, fellas? By the way, what up?
What up, man? What up?
Hey,
yeah, this is the reason why we gonna lose.
Like I said, because y'all coasting this game and everyone knows it. But Wise, like obviously we already talked about it. What's your stances and thoughts on the whole Draymond suspension, man?
Man, fuck that shit, dude. Like. This is the thing. We talk about a whole incident and when did we start doing reputation suspensions from shit hella years ago? Like we're accumulating fines, or not fines, but texts and ejections from years ago, and we're saying, we're in a playoff game. We're gonna have that player roll in, suspending a crucial player for another game. Now I told Jordan, I get it. I understand the ejection. Cool.
We said it at the same time.
Yeah. I understand the ejection, and it cost us a game. It possibly cost us that game. But now you're going to suspend him for the following game for an incident he didn't even start. Like, we wouldn't even be in the situation had Sabonis not tried to grab him, hold him back from getting down court. Man, nah. The NBA is fouled for that shit. Joe Dumars is fouled for that shit. By the way, a former Sacramento Kings employee. Like, man, fuck that shit, dude. Like, the NBA is fouled for that. And I ain't into the conspiracies and all that. I mean, we're gonna find out what the NBA really want to do when we see the refs in Chase tomorrow. Who they bring in the ref and
You
what
think
kind of
Scott
game they're gonna
Foster's
win.
coming?
It's possible.
You think
It's possible. It's possible. We're gonna see the rest. Watch when we'll find out in the morning. I think we find out.
Yeah.
But when we find out
you're
who's reffing tomorrow, I'm gonna know for sure what kind of game it's gonna be.
Well, I want to. I'm glad Steve-O brought up this point. I'm glad he did. Courts do reputation. Yes, you're 100% right. One thing courts also do
His picture
is oh, that's hilarious. I didn't even notice that. That's hilarious. But you know, one thing courts also do is you read everything very meticulously and very specifically in court. Trust me, I know this. My mom was a lawyer. So when I read what they said in terms of the reason why we suspended him was because of previous incidents or, you know, his reputation, it's, well, hasn't he been punished for his previous incidents? Which, again, I say, yes, he has.
Yes, he has. All right.
And even, again, if we want to look at the playoffs, in the playoffs, again, outside of, like, you know, like Rod, you and I, we talked about it, the foul that he had on Brandon Clark last year against Memphis, has he had any flagrants since 2016 in those finals? No, he hasn't. Now, let's remember, that happened, 2016 was now 7 years ago. So if we're talking about reputations, at least in the playoffs, I'm going to break it down two different ways. If we're talking about reputation in the playoffs, y'all are going to hold this man's reputation up against for him for 7 years ago. And then if you're going to do it for the regular season, again, there's a reason why the league has certain rules in place in the first place, right? You reach a certain amount of technical fouls, you're suspended a game. He did that, got suspended. Remember, his last tech, which shouldn't have been a tech on him, didn't get rescinded. He had to be suspended again. Now, Luka had the same amount of techs. He got his rescinded, but, you know, that's neither here or there. I'm not going to go into that. I mean, I get it. You know, superstar, you want him there. I got you.
Right.
But no, like, there's a reason why the NBA has certain stop fronts or stop gaps, if you will, for certain situations. And every single way along the line, at least if the NBA has acted in accordance to how they should with Draymond, he's been punished. So, again, I ask, what is the thing that you are asking, or what do you think he's saying in terms of his reputation? And Steve-O, you bring this part up too.
Nah, fuck
You
that.
talk about no,
Fuck
and
that.
that's my thing. That's
yeah.
my thing. You telling me Adam Silver doesn't have access to all the angles, even if he wasn't there?
Yeah.
No, I really don't think for the most part. And now I got to be honest. Obviously, I haven't been an NBA player, but I have been an athlete, right? And in any big game situation, we aren't saying, okay, you got to do this. So-and-so's here. The commissioner of the Pac-12 is here. The head of the college football playoff committee is here. You better act accordingly. No, we don't do that. Now, maybe do they know for the NBA that Adam Silver's there? Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Again, like I said, I can't speak on that. But I do know in that moment, Draymond is not thinking about Adam Silver's here. Let me act like this or not act like that. And if we're gonna say that all of a sudden he should act differently because Adam Silver's there, we're fooling ourselves.
Facts.
We're 100% fooling ourselves. So, like, no, we can't do that.
I cringe at saying it this way, but all right, let me think about how I want to say it. I ain't gonna say it that way. It goes. I think y'all know what I want to say, but because a certain party or figure is there, it doesn't take away from who Draymond is as a man. Mm-hmm. He wasn't going into the crowd. He was interacting, engaging, talking. He was talking that shit back to him, you know, hyping it up. That's what Draymond has always done. So it wasn't anything excessive from what happened last year when he had when we was doing whoop that trick up in Memphis.
Brandon
it was
Clark,
the same type of shit, right?
Yeah.
So fuck that. Oh, he shouldn't have been talking. All that shit. That shit shouldn't even been in play. Oh well, you know, I think somebody had tweeted like he was getting mad at Steve from Elk Grove. Yeah, fuck that. Like, come on. This is what we want. We want entertainment. Like, Draymond,
Steve-O said, bring him on. Like, please, far away. I got time.
If you want to come on here, I don't give a fuck.
I got 15 minutes. So,
like, to be completely honest, over here talking about he shouldn't be talking to the crowd. Fuck that, man. Like, that's what they do. basketball players is talking trash. If we can get players, or first of all, this is what they're doing in Sacramento. They're talking their shit, getting fans of certain teams kicked out of the arena. We ain't gonna talk. That was game 1, right? Now the
grabbing certain fans that are bigger than them too, and acting like everything's gonna be sweet if they react otherwise.
That's another thing, and we know how that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have a player interacting with a fan as he's being kicked out the game. Cool. Now in the memo that they dropped, some of that played a part in Draymond being suspended for game 4 or game 3. And no, like their whole excuse of why they suspended him didn't really make a lot of sense.
It doesn't add up.
Yeah, it didn't. Like if they would have just came out and said Draymond's getting suspended after the game or the very next day, like early today, it would have been what it would have been. Would a better whoever controlled the narrative of the press release, they fucked up. The PR person fucked up the press release. That was bullshit. And then to have Joe Dumars on TV today talking that shit he was talking. Did you guys see that on NBA Today?
It still did not add up.
I didn't see it.
I saw it. Yeah, I saw
I'm like, Joe Dumars, sit your crusty ass down, man. Like, no, fuck that. Like I said, we'll find out who the referees are for the next game, and I'll know what's really going on. I'll know then.
Well, I mean, like I said, the thing for me is like part of what he said was,
hey, what up, Danielle?
What he included was, again, like I said, talking about how it was a part of it was that Sabonis is questionable for game 3. We all know he's playing. Like,
yeah,
come on now, let's not be dumb, because if we really want to do that, guess who also asked to have something observed for their ankle?
Yes, I'm loving the night.
Guess who has to have something observed for his ankle? Draymond.
Please pop in.
So,
exactly.
If Draymond has an issue with his ankle, why are we not issuing or escalating anything for Sabonis?
Which he got a flagrant 1 for. It was a flagrant 1. Draymond got a flagrant 2. Draymond's kicked out of the game. It's a wash at that point.
Exactly.
Why are we suspending a player for something he didn't even initiate?
That's the other thing too. That's the other thing too for me about in terms of like when they want to bring up the history thing. When else in history, in Draymond's history, has something been that or felt or appeared that flagrant for him to do that? Right? Like the only other time I could even like come close to back to the finals again was a game 5. LeBron steps over him. Totally get it. Right. So you're gonna feel some kind of way. Like I think we all know if you've been around sports, you don't let somebody just walk over you.
You're right.
You're gonna react. But guess what? That's not gonna potentially hurt you. That's just one of those. No, you got to check your pride kind of things real quick.
Facts.
But what Sabonis did, no, you legit can get hurt by that in a lot of different ways. Whether it's your ankle, you try to take off, there's a resistance there you're not expecting that messes up your hamstrings. You
hyperextend your knee.
You name it.
Yeah.
So again, like everything you want to talk about past and history, and I get it. There's a lot of stuff there in his history. There is nothing like this that has happened there. So I feel like that whole point is null and void. Also, we got our boy B Dubs in here. Brandon, what's going on?
B Dubs is in here. Another Dubs fam. So, I had to bring him on. I had to show him because I was like, you know what? Me and Brandon go back and forth. He is also a Dubs fan, and I respect a lot of what he has to say as well. And shout out to the queen, and then some that's on here right now. Shout out to everybody that's on Sports Laugh and Chill Show right now.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's gonna take a minute to get used to the name. It's gonna take a minute to get used to saying that shit again.
Yeah. It's all
I
good,
don't
though.
have my mic.
So how you feeling, Brandon?
SLC Nation.
Good?
Whoa.
SLC
Whoa.
Nation.
We might be getting to the chill part a little quick. Like, whoa. Okay, Gina.
Oh, she's remote. She's remote tonight.
She remote tonight. Don't show us the room.
I was about to say the same thing. I was like, please do not drop the background. We do not need that footage again. This is we're not running it back.
I'm in a hoodie. I'm chilling.
Yeah, that's the point.
That's how it starts.
Yeah,
that's how Netflix and chill starts. Normally, you know.
I didn't talk some ones out their hoodies before. I didn't talk some ones out. Hold. Real quick. Yeah, I didn't talk some ones out their hoodies before, so it's cool. What up, Brandon?
Brandon, talk
What's
it.
What's up, B-dubs?
How
What's
you feel
going
about the
on, guys?
situation?
What's going on? All right. I had 24 hours to process all this. Oh, actually 48
I'm
hours. Actually 24 hours. See, I can't even think right now because I'm so pissed off about this game last night.
Yeah.
Or no, was it Monday? It was Monday.
Yeah,
So
Monday.
yeah, see, I'm freaking tripping right now. So I just think I know what the league is doing. They see a young Kings team, and they're like, you know what? It's their turn to shine. So let's go ahead and fuck over the Warriors and suspend Draymond Green, even though he didn't even fucking cause the damn problem. Sabonis is a dirty player. I'm just gonna say it point blank. You saw before that whole situation happened with Draymond that he tried to pull down Klay Thompson as he was falling down. They did not call it. And then you see him grab.
Hold on, Brandon.
up?
Tommy, you might want to relax on that, G. That ain't even funny.
Chill, man. Chill.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
Hey, somebody get the admins ready just in case. Like,
Hey, all
just
I
in
know
case,
is
like,
hey, all
Hey,
I know is
love
I can't
Tommy.
see his hairline either behind that ugly hat, so I don't know what he's talking about.
damn.
Just
Oh,
saying,
hold on,
you know.
what the comments did I miss? Hold on, what happened?
Hey,
I love
hey,
Tommy.
just right. Tommy should know the rules. Hey,
I'm messing with you,
Oh,
Tommy. I
yeah,
appreciate
throw-
you tuning in.
you throw him, we throw him back.
This
I'm
ain't,
just
this ain't your
saying.
normal sports show.
This ain't your
Like,
normal
This
show.
ain't your normal
Just know
sports
that.
show. Yeah.
Just saying. This ain't your normal
Tommy,
show.
I appreciate you tuning
Tommy,
in,
you have
Tommy.
to
I really
know-
do.
You gotta be able to take it.
You gotta be able to take this
Yeah.
now, because hey, throw him out there. But anyway, my fault, Brandon.
Oh,
Go
no,
ahead,
it's all
go
good,
ahead,
man. It's all good.
B-dubs.
And then I got my boy Beto over here texting me after the game, talking his ish, right? So I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
you know what? Hey, I gave you props when your Lakers won, okay? You should at least
Right.
give me a little something, okay?
Right. And
But-
you know what's funny though? I felt bad after the game. Like even while watching it, I was like, yeah, I ain't trying to go all crazy.
Motherfucker, no,
like
you
that.
didn't. You didn't feel bad at all.
didn't.
Like, don't
Right.
do that shit.
Right.
Yeah, Rod. Don't try to give us that
Can't even keep
shit.
a
You didn't
straight
feel
face.
bad. Rod was happy as a
Rod, come
motherfucker,
on,
man.
But no,
He was making new graphics and shit. Like,
Right.
yeah, Rod, you know what
Hey,
you're doing.
why this whole timeline on Twitter was all about Rod tweets about what he was talking about in the game.
I know.
I like how
Don't
you
let
tried
him
to
lie
make-
to you. Don't do that.
Hey, you know,
agree.
I really feel bad for the Warriors. This motherfucker.
I'm about
No,
to start
but-
saying it. I'm about to
You
start
my
sounding
guy,
like
Rod. You my guy, though.
I'm about to start sounding like Shannon Sharp. Don't do that, Skip.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh
Hey,
shit.
it's funny how Sabonis was acting like he was freaking hurt after Draymond stepped on him, but then he's totally fine the rest of the game, right?
Thanks, Marcus.
Riddle me that, please. And where else is he supposed to step at? He couldn't freaking step on the side of him. He didn't know Sabonis was freaking grabbing his ankle. Like, come on, give the guy a break. Just because he's had technical fouls and all these issues in his past, you're gonna freaking put that on him as well. Like, bro, it's a playoff freaking game. Let them play and let everybody have a full squad. Like, how are you going to suspend Draymond Green? I think throwing him out that game was enough, honestly. But suspending
I
him?
agree.
Come on. Really?
Once
The
a
league
stepper,
is soft.
He said,
once a hot stepper. Yeah, once a hot stepper, always a hot stepper.
I could even see if this was a case where something like this happened in like the last 2 minutes, last minute of the game. It happens. He gets kicked out, and you decide I'm gonna suspend him for the next game. It was like what 8-9 minutes left in the quarter.
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
it was
And
crucial. Like
Notice how long they waited to make it official that they were going to suspend Draymond Green. They
Right.
waited till after midnight in the East Coast and 11:30 in the West Coast, so they didn't get any backlash from the fans.
we was watching that sleep ass Phoenix game.
Mm-hmm.
I was calling the baseball game.
Oh, see, there you go. Yeah, I was like, what?
Like,
Oh man.
it irritates me, man. Like, and then I saw what JJ Redick said to this morning too on First Take, and
I
I
missed that. I know Gina was
agree
talking
with
about
him.
it.
You know,
Yeah, that was
Yeah, I
weird.
missed it. I don't know what he said. What did he say,
Oh,
Gina? Because I don't
He
know.
just ripped on the refs and how shit was not even going. It was really like going towards the Kings way, and they just weren't calling shit at all. Like he was on it. He goes, I never cap on the refs. Like
Yep.
he goes, but I'm just noticing like how shit was going against the Warriors. He goes,
Yeah.
my eyes are open right now.
Do you want me to play it real quick? I have it on my phone.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
please.
far away.
Okay. All right. Hold on real quick.
Hardest hitting quote series. They have allowed too much. I have no problem with physical play in the playoffs. But if Steph Curry's not allowed to move off the ball, if you're preventing players from running down the court and you're allowing that to happen, there's a play late in game 2 where Kevon Looney's right underneath the rim, ready for a rebound. Sabonis crashes in, pushes him in the back. They don't call the foul. That's a foul. The referees have dictated too much in the Kings' favor in this series. I really believe that. And I don't know if it's the home crowd or whatever. I rarely complain about the referees. In fact, I don't even know if I've ever complained about the referees. I think they're great. But if they're going to come back in this series, they've got to call the game the way the game is supposed to be called. I really believe that. And then series.
Talk your shit, JJ. Talk your shit. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep, exactly.
I was saying, go back on Twitter. You can see they've been pushing underneath the basket the whole fucking series.
Mhm.
And I'm like, dude, why are they getting away with this shit?
So I want to
it's cool,
go.
though.
I want to go even past that, and I'm not saying I'm not going to go full conspiracy level. I probably could, but I'm not going to. Obviously, y'all know I work Warriors home games. I've seen time and time again when Stephen Curry is done with the game, he's got all XYZ amount of scars up and down his arms because of how much he gets grabbed.
Never
and held.
gets called, man. Never.
I see all the times when he actually does drive to the lane, he gets bumped, gets hit in the air. There's nothing called. And again, I'm one of the Warriors people that says, you know what, the Warriors need to drive to the lane more, which they do. But at the same time, it's like, look, that's a 35, 36-year-old man. He can't take contact the way he used to anymore. So at the same time, I'm like, well, you know what? If they're not going to call it, what's the point of taking all that extra contact and you're not going to get the effects of it or the just cause of it. So my thing is, again, Stephen Curry, and, you know, I'll just say arguably, because I know there's some people that do believe he is, don't believe he is yet, whatever. Arguably a top 10 player all time in this league. The fact that he does not get a fair whistle in the NBA is so mind-boggling to me. And the thing is, for me, I can say that, like, not even just as a Warriors person, because I know other people think the same thing. There's a reason why Sacramento's grabbing him the way he is, because they know he's not getting those calls. He doesn't get those calls. You're only gonna try to do something that you think you can get away with. So why is it the case that someone who is potentially a top 10 player of all time in NBA history, the best shooter ever, the most threes, and the list goes on, he can't get a certain call?
No, and you know what, Jordan, to your point, Andre Iguodala even said that when he was on the Nuggets, that coach told him, hey, hack Steph because he doesn't get the whistles.
Grab him, yes.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Steve-O?
What's up, Steve-O?
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for joining. What up?
Shout out to LeBron James going 1 for 8 from the 3-point line with his trash ass shooting.
Oh shit!
Here we go.
Yeah, I'm one of those dudes.
Here we go.
About to be
Shout out to Anthony Davis shooting 4 for 14, 13 points.
As Rod would say, I love it.
I love it.
Do it.
Shout out to D'Angelo Russell shooting 2 to 11.
Dylan Brooks.
Hey,
No, we're giving them all the props. They're getting props. The team that won, we're excluding them. We're giving props to these trash ass lines that the Lakers gave out tonight. So Humira, no, fuck that. Hold on. I got something to say. Hold on. Fuck all that. Let me say this right now. Rui Hashimura, you're excluded from this right now because you actually had a good game. Shout out to AR-15. You went 5 for 12. Good game. LeBron again. You were 12 for 23. You only gave me 28 points. Oh, by the way, you let Brooks just shoot threes with your arms down. Hand down, man down. Appreciate what you did, LeBron. Thanks. I did watch you.
I will be back.
I never said that.
Well,
I never said that. I never said that.
What happened?
No, sir.
I think he got his
Yeah.
thing at 7.
Yeah, he said
Rod
he'll be
is
back.
cooking. Oh yeah, that's right. Yo, no, I was just gonna say what Dylan Brooks with that stare down at LeBron.
I ain't worried about it. Nobody's
Man,
worried about
fuck
Dylan Brooks. Right, nobody's
Yeah,
worried about
seriously.
Dylan Brooks.
Dude,
Dylan Brooks has
Brooks.
to create. Yeah, Dylan Brooks is the guy who creates a situation for himself to be relevant. Like everybody should know that. Every basketball player has that one
I
dude.
just wanted LeBron to back it up. And I'm never
Same
on
thing
LeBron
I said.
tonight.
No. Me and Jordan, before everybody got on here, I said that to Jordan. I said, you know what pisses me off about LeBron James is because you knew that Ja Morant wasn't playing before this game. And when you knew that Ja Morant wasn't playing before this game, instead of getting your boys together and saying, you know what, we smell blood, let's go on and get these boys up out of here. You say, you know what, let's take the night off and let's shoot a gang of threes. Let me just see if they go win.
Yeah.
Hey, let's just try it. Hey, don't give any effort. If y'all looked at my tweets, I said before the game was over, I don't even think it was halftime. I said this game was over. I see what night y'all how you guys played, how you guys showed up. That 28 points that LeBron has, it's not a great 28 that everybody thinks is good. So miss me with that shit about, LeBron still had 28. Nah, I don't want to hear that. If you look at them numbers, that 28 don't look as good as you think it does. So I ain't even tripping on none of that. I'm not listening it. I'm not hearing it. I don't want to hear nothing about, well, we at least split the series and all that crap. No, as this is what the difference is between Michael Jordan and LeBron. Michael Jordan would have sniffed that out and said, it's go time. We are going to bury these cats. We should have won this game by at least 20 tonight. But everybody has to give up to, it makes no reason, and it gives me no type of thought in my head to go, you know what? They play better without Ja Morant. But Ja Morant, according to everybody, tells me that Ja Morant is a superstar. So how do you play better if a superstar is not on that team?
I tried to tell y'all.
No, and
No, I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah.
Wise, you know I'm not. I truly, we know basketball. I'm just speaking to the people who don't know the game, that speak this, that tell me this, and I'm like, the man's never on the court.
It's funny because they have a better record without Ja on the court.
For this has been two seasons now. That's
you hear my point?
Yeah, it's been
see,
2 seasons now.
See my point? But people love to take the night off when Ja Morant ain't on the court. I said, I want Ja Morant on. I said it the other night when we was winning when Ja was on the court. So it didn't matter at the time. But now that Ja wasn't there, they played differently on Sunday than they played tonight. There was more of that sense of urgency for game 1. Game 2, they literally stepped into game 2 like, hey, we at least got what we wanted. We're already on the plane going back home. Yeah, it is hard out here for a pimp.
We saw with Memphis last year, but we were straight trolling Memphis last year in the playoffs.
Yeah. This is the thing. Memphis is so talented, man. Like, I admit that they should really just be contenders, but I don't believe in them. Like, I don't believe in them at all.
They're too cocky.
They're too cocky.
And that's why we had to shut their asses up last year.
They needed a veteran on that team, and they just didn't get it in time because now those boys are out of control. Yeah, they're out of control.
You know how you have certain players or certain teams, and I don't know for the people who didn't play sports, you know how you had that one guy that walked on the court, knew he was trash, but he hit the shots, and you like, how y'all letting him hit this? I got him. You just arguably automatically want to switch to that person. I automatically want to just go to that person and be like, I got him. No. Fuck that. I got him. Because he's not going to score no more. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, what are y'all doing? The way my arms are down right now, I literally watched LeBron James on 3 of Dylan Brooks' threes or shots, whatever they were, play defense just like this with his arms down. But he's a lot of people's goats. He's a lot of people and what they think and feel, and they swear by LeBron and what he does, and I'm like,
at least we got to witness.
What the hell we witnessing?
Ryan saw one tonight. Oh shit.
Oh no, I can be way worse than this. Yeah, I saw it before halftime. I was literally waiting till the game was over because I had these stats waiting until I saw triple zeros, and I was like, shout out to LeBron. I just was waiting on that because I'm like, no way in hell I'm about to sit up here and let this ride tonight.
You guys, I've spent way too much money on Game 4, but I'll tell you why. I fear that the big three could be the last dance for the big three. Just in case it is, I spent a pretty penny for this first playoff game of my life. NBA, that is. Warriors.
I'm sorry.
I still got y'all winning in games this is going 7. I said it the other night.
Well, yeah.
I still feel that. Oh, my bad. Go on. Go on.
Hold on. I'm just so I'm clear. So you bought tickets to Game 4, and you're concerned that might be the last home game of this iteration of the Warriors.
No, I'm concerned that this might be the last season.
Oh, okay. Not just that game. Okay, because you said Game 4, like we still got Game 3.
4 was over.
Like, yeah.
No,
but,
but
hey, at least you get Draymond hyped up,
right? He's coming back.
Hey, the arena about to be lit for you.
You know what I think? You know what I think Green should do? You know what I think Green should do? You know, you guys remember the Hulk Hogan intro music back in the day? Comes out and he does that, but it starts out like you stomp on somebody and it hurts inside, and then him come out with that music and then do the Hulk Hogan ear thing. Like that would be like a perfect troll.
You want him to come out to he's a real American? That's what you want him to come out to?
Yep. Exactly.
I remember those days.
Yeah,
gonna be an American.
Yeah.
Fight for your life. He gonna be out there.
Oh my god!
But when it starts out, it literally says, because I watched it today, it literally says when I stomp, it freaking hurts inside. And it's just perfect, dude. It's perfect.
Okay. Maybe we can have Jordan pass out along.
Tell your people.
That happen. If it happens,
It really might. It really
you
might
have
make
to take
that
credit
happen.
for that one.
Yeah.
Oh
He gonna come
God.
out there with a Hulk Hogan shirt on. It'll be on.
Rip off his warm ups.
But no, like getting back to that, like real quick, like I don't have a dog in the fight, right? Like I either want LeBron, Curry, or CP3 to win it, and I don't care who it is. And I kind of feel jaded because
Whoa.
I know
You
I said CP3. I know.
We're gonna get back to that, but go ahead. Yeah.
Yo, okay, yeah. Get on back to that because I'm gonna cook you for that. Go on.
You got my last time about it, but so I kind of feel jaded because like Draymond might have just took that from me watching that last LeBron Curry series. But so let me get into the play real quick. I'm not going to start the beating, but let's just do the figure 4 on the ankle, right? I mean that's woo. I mean it is what it is. You got a technical for it, but I mean there's sportsmanship and there's dirty. And in football, dirty is like when you poke somebody's eyes out. You try and hurt somebody. That's what dirty is. So back to basketball, like Draymond lifted his leg up and then stepped on his chest, and I'm totally okay with that. Like I think that's 1 for 1. We're good. But then, you know what I mean? You stepped on the guy and jumped off of him, right? And like I'm 200 pounds. If I grabbed, 50-pound weight and I walked across somebody's chest and they didn't jump off, just walk. You tell me that's not going to hurt a little bit? So you know what I mean? I think I heard Brian say it and a bunch of other people, like if I literally walked across your chest and just walked over you, you tell me you're not going to be a little sore? I mean, you're gonna hurt a little bit. You know what I mean?
Steve-O, real quick, man.
Yeah.
This is
I've
where I
actually
check
heard
out.
that.
He brought up football.
He
I'm so
actually
happy
had
he
more. He had more weight on his left foot than his right foot, so he barely stepped on Sabonis.
Picture up, but I'm on my phone right now, so you don't see it. But I spent too much time watching this stupid replay for no reason. But okay, so he did that, and that part was that's kind of dirty. Like that could hurt somebody, right? So
guess what else can hurt somebody?
no, if I get up and I walk to the coffee table and somebody grabs my ankle, I'm not hurting my ankle. I mean, I'm not going to deal. No, that's BS. Right?
So okay, cool. Yeah, walking. Yes, no, you're 100% right. Walking, unless you're just that clumsy. But I'm gonna tell you this much right now, and because again, like I said, you brought up football, so hey, former football player here. Hi. Here's the thing: whenever you have resistance against you or pulling you back, when you're ever trying to go full speed or any type of like actual effort going somewhere, you are put at a risk of injury. This is why people tell you, like, hey, if you're running, you don't pull somebody. That's how you hurt your hamstring. If you think you're gonna go somewhere, you're gonna try to step, and all of a sudden you can't step, your hip flexors or your quad. That's how things get messed up. So while you're not wrong, there was a situation, an opportunity where Draymond stepping on Sabonis' chest can hurt him. I'm not gonna disagree with you on that because you're 100% right. But if we're gonna say because of what Draymond did could potentially hurt Sabonis, we have to talk about what Sabonis did potentially hurting Draymond.
Sure.
So, which also means if you think that's the case, that Sabonis's punishment needs to be ratcheted up.
Well, he did get a technical, but
And Draymond got ejected.
I didn't even notice you were back. But what's up?
Yeah, I just got back. What's up, Thibaut?
And so the beginning of the play, like he clearly pulled Clay down by his jersey, and I think he had knee fatigue. That's what I hear in the the football world. That should have been called, also. So, I mean, that was, I look at it as if I'm chasing somebody down the court and they're ahead of me and their hand is obviously going to have to go backwards and I grab their hand or grab their jersey. I mean, I don't think that's a foul, but I don't think it's like dirty, you know what I mean? Where, stepping on somebody is clearly dirty. And I don't think he would have got ejected if he would have just not, you know what I mean, did what he did after the foul with all the crowd and everything.
So genuine question, and no, I'm glad you brought up the part about the crowd because I really do think that had something to play with it. But I want to ask you this question because we keep bringing up dirty, and maybe it's just that I have a different opinion than what you do in terms of what is dirty, what isn't dirty. So what's your definition of dirty? Is it just injuring somebody, or is it like outside of like normal play?
There's sportsmanship and there's hurting somebody. Like if you literally try and hurt somebody, you know what I mean? Like I said in football, like you poke somebody's eyes out or you intentionally like chop block or something like that. You know what I mean?
Okay, because the reason why I asked that is like, so I want to go back to like one of the things Rod and I we were talking about before everybody else got on was that Sabonis has been baiting Draymond into this since game one.
Absolutely.
And part of that was, again, you look at one of the last possessions that the Warriors had in game one. The Warriors are going on offense. I was there in Golden One Center, and I was saying we need to call a timeout because we don't have everybody down the floor right now. The reason why we didn't, well, guess who was wrestling Draymond Green down to the floor? Domantas Sabonis. So my question to you, like, that wasn't going to hurt Draymond, but would you consider that dirty or not? Because I would.
Actually, I was on a TED stream then, and me and him were both having issues watching the whole game. It was freezing, so I didn't see that play.
Okay, well, like I said, that was one of the first things because like when I saw he was down, I was like, well, timeout. We don't have everybody there. Oh no, never mind. We're playing through it. Oh, okay. But that was the thing for me. It was you can look throughout either game one, game two. And again, I'm not gonna sit here and call Sabonis a dirty player. I don't like calling people dirty players. I just like to look at actions. I will call an action dirty, right? And no, my thing is like even going back to that game and that play, again, another pivotal moment in the series because who knows? Again, we all know Draymond's a big facilitator in this offense, and so you have your best facilitator down there. Who knows how that possession plays out? But he can't get down there because he's getting wrestled down by Sabonis. So that's the thing for me. Is like, well, I could again, Draymond might not get hurt by that, but I could call it dirty.
But let me ask you, who leads the NBA? And like you guys have all watched more games than me because I've kind of fell off watching NBA until the playoffs. Who leads the league like in ball slaps and ball kicks and all that stuff ever?
Whoa, pause.
So ball slaps and ball kicks. So you're talking about something that happened back in like 2015. 2015.
I said ever. Who's the league leader ever? Not this season.
If you know anyone that's recording,
if
if you know anyone that's recording ball slaps and ball kicks, you let me know. But I can't tell you that one.
Yeah, I know that.
Hey, Turbo.
I think it was.
I don't know too many. I don't know too many men keeping up with ball slap.
I know a
just
lot of
saying.
stats. That's not one stat that I know of.
It's not one stat. That's not one stat I'm looking for.
We should
I don't
probably
know about anybody getting slapped in the balls or ball slaps.
get a
Yes.
private eye on that. You know what I mean?
You want to do that?
Private eye joke you guys said the other night. Get it?
No, I got it. But no, I mean, again, like you're getting back to the point though about his reputation, which I totally understand. But like I said this before too, he's had one flagrant foul since 2016. Obviously, that was during the NBA Finals. Like he's had one flagrant foul since then. That was a Brandon Clark. Guess what? He got ejected from it. And even the NBA, they have their protocols in place for if you have a certain amount of technical fouls during the season, you get suspended. So even if you want to argue anything that Draymond's done, he's been punished for it. Or if you want to argue that he hasn't been, that's not Draymond's fault. That is the NBA's fault. Like we were also talking about this from a foul standpoint, or how fouls don't get called on the Warriors and specifically on Steph. And it's, well, guess what? If the officials aren't going to call the Kings for holding them, grabbing them, scratching them, clawing them, and all this stuff, they're going to keep doing it. For Draymond, it's, guess what? If you're not going to act like this or act like that against them, he's going to keep towing that line, which we all know he does. Whether you're a Warriors fan, Lakers fan, you name it, we all get it. Draymond toes the line. And there are times where it hurts him. Sometimes he can get away with it. I totally understand that. But if all of a sudden now the NBA is going to say they're going to suspend him as a repeat offender, you punished him for all those repeat offenses.
But he didn't learn. But he didn't learn from them.
Learn from him? How so?
So even supposedly he admitted, it cost him a championship. Who knows, because of that 2016 thing with LeBron James.
Yeah.
But like you guys are saying, I think this is the last dance, right? Everybody knows Draymond's gone, right? I mean, the season started out like crap with the pool video and everything.
Sure.
And I think it's his last dance, and it's all about him and his podcast. It's all about him right now, and he's trying to make it like, oh, you don't want me? Okay, well, I'm going to get kicked out of this game. You guys are going to lose, and then you're going to want me. Like it's strictly all about. He's not a Hall of Famer. He's a famer. He wants to be famous.
He's not a Hall of Famer.
I mean, I don't. Scored 4 points and then he scored 8 points in the playoffs. I mean, I don't know because I don't cover basketball as deeply as I do NFL anymore. But I mean, I don't know.
All right, I'll put it to you this way: Draymond Green is a Hall of Famer. Like, let's just get that clear cut cross. Draymond Green's a Hall of Famer. But so my thing is with what we're talking about right now, right? For Draymond, and I want to ask you this: if Draymond Green is out on the open market, right? Let's just say, like, not even just how many years. I want to say, like, per year, throw out a number, 10, 15, 20, however many $1 million. How much money would you give him as a free agent?
What is he making now?
Well, his player option next year is for $28 million.
Per year?
Yeah, like
No,
next
just for the
year.
1 year. Yeah.
Next year,
Yeah,
next year it'd
like-
be the 1 year for $28 million.
Like I told you guys last time I was on, I know everything about football, but I've just kind of last 3 years I've been falling off, so I don't really know the market and everything like that. I mean, of course you want him on your team, but like at some point he's got to take responsibility for what he did. Like Steph should be worried about, hey, I shot 3 for 13, not hey, what do you think about Draymond doing this and that? Like, I mean, I would sign him for sure. I mean, like I said, I'm a player follower now, not so much as a team.
And so that's very fair. I guess the reason why I asked that is because you look again, there's only, I'd say 2, 3 maybe teams that run anything similar to what the Warriors do. And again, like I said, Draymond's a Hall of Famer in my, like he is. But let's be real. The Warriors made Draymond a Hall of Famer, and Draymond makes everyone else around him in terms of Steph and Clay. Like he helps their Hall of Fame resume as well too. So he goes somewhere else. His value is not as high as what it would be in Golden State. His like arguably the best place to get, in terms of like if he wants to get paid, is staying there. Take that $28 million.
But he's gone, right?
You said what?
Isn't it pretty much a foregone conclusion that he's gone after this year?
Honestly, I don't want to say that, and the reason why I say that is because how many times have we seen, whether it's from players, agents, teams, you name it, and I'm saying for all sports, like you bring up football, and honestly, I'm glad you did because I can easily segue into this.
If
How
you
many
say
times
that
do you
dude's name,
openly talk about things because you want to raise up the price?
that's fair.
Right? Right. Wise, you know exactly where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah.
Like it came out today again with the 49ers. They are accepting calls with Trey Lance. Now, do I automatically think that means they want Trey Lance to go? No, I don't. But in case they do want to trade him, if you let it be known, oh yeah, we'll take calls. Guess what happens? Now you start a bidding war. Now all of a sudden, maybe there's a situation that price that you thought you might get for somebody, you might get a little bit more. You start a bidding more with that. So that's part of the negotiation tactics and all of that. So I can't say for sure that Draymond's going to go.
Okay. Yeah, I have a whole different issue on the Trey Lance thing. I personally don't think he wants to be there anymore. That's why the spiral came out, and then the next day it was like a second and a fourth, and then all of a sudden the whole front office is leaving. But just take the football. Like I'm on the outside looking in, and from what I understood, it's kind of like foregone conclusion, especially after they haven't gelled this year. The pool video and everything. Like I assumed that from what I hear from everybody, it seemed like this is his last dance. I could be reading it wrong. I'm not in.
No, I think going into the season, I think that's what Draymond thought he was going to be able to do. He was going to opt out. Things weren't going to be as much turmoil as it was this season. That was probably the plan coming in. I'm gonna opt out, max out somewhere else. Now he might be looking at it as like, yo, I might want to just do that player option next year and try to reestablish myself. Make sure we're good to go, and then go from there. If we get bounced out in the first round, the question then becomes: is ownership? What is ownership going to do? Are they going to try to trade Draymond if he opts in?
Yeah,
like that's possible. To be honest, Steve-O, you're right. What's going to end up happening is if the Kings pull this series out, Draymond will be the scapegoat for Dub Nation. You already see it now on Twitter. There's a lot of Warrior fans that are going in on Draymond. I don't want to say they're turning their back on him, but the frustration has built up, and they're fed up with it. With Draymond, you have to understand it's the gift and the curse. You're gonna get the good, and you're gonna get the bad, and you just kind of gotta accept it. Like those moments, you're like, "Damn, Draymond, not right now." Like I get those moments with Draymond. I'm like, "Dude, not right now." But the good still outweighs those moments. But now he's costing us games and opportunities. So
potentially another championship.
Very well, you can argue. Let's just say they don't win it this year. You can argue Draymond might have cost us 3 rings just off of actions. The LeBron situation, the KD you a bitch situation. Like if KD don't leave, we don't know what happens. And now here, so I mean possibly, but you know what? He still won 4 rings. So it's the gift and the curse. It's the gift.
We probably would have won 5 or 6 rings with KD if he stayed.
Thank you, Draymond.
It wasn't.
Thank you, Draymond.
I still don't say that was Draymond. I think Draymond, maybe that situation was like the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
But when you look at it, you hear all the things that have been talked about with that situation, right? It was, KD talking about not feeling appreciated by Dub Nation and things like that. It was like, well, guess what? Of course not. And obviously we talked about this on the show before. There is a whole different feeling for sports fans when you grew up in a certain organization. Stephen Curry grew up in the Bay. Draymond Green grew up in the Bay. Klay Thompson grew up in the Bay. KD, you got here, and don't get me wrong, it's not like the Bay doesn't appreciate you. They just ain't gonna love you like that the same way they love Steph, Klay, and Dre. Rod, like, am I wrong on this? Like the way that I don't care how many championships. I don't care how many championships LeBron wins for the Lakers.
They won't love him like
Laker
Kobe.
Nation will never love him the same way they love Magic or Kobe.
Yep.
They never will. And it's understandable.
Absolutely.
Kobe had
Absolutely.
to come and say, hey, embrace him. I'm embracing him. Come on, guys, embrace him.
No, we've embraced him. We've embraced LeBron being on the team. We just, hey, thank you for your thanks for what you brought to the team.
It's different.
So I feel like I'm kind of mad because I want to see another, Curry LeBron series because it might be one of the last ones.
I would too.
And I'm like, now this kind of sucks because Green's not going to play next game. Like I told everybody, before the news broke, I said, bet $100 you'll win 240 if Sack wins. And I don't know if anybody listened, but now you've bet $100, it went down to plus 200. So, but anyways, so let me ask you guys, why do you think you guys lost the first 2 games?
Ooh, I love this.
Turnovers.
Question. Yes.
Defense.
Turnovers.
Trash.
Yes.
And no offensive rebounds.
Well, here's
Not
the thing.
enough.
I'll let you
And
know
we
before I go
we
off.
keep playing small. That's another problem we're having.
The Warriors are always going to have to play small.
Well, yeah.
I was about to say, how do you play
But-
big?
Here's the thing for me, and I'll ask you this.
Ron
I asked,
really our big guy, but that's about it.
right.
Yeah.
But no,
Yeah, we're always going to play small ball with Steve.
Yeah.
right. Because no, I so as y'all know, if you tune into the show, I have my source that's close to the organization, and I was talking to him on Tuesday, and I straight up said, like, we were all in a group, and I said, if you were to ask who has shown championship DNA more, or who looks like they have more playoff experience so far through the first 2 games, I would tell you Sacramento. Like, they're the team so far that's been the more aggressive. And I'm not saying that in terms of like just driving the ball to the basket. I'm saying in terms of that physicality on defense. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Physicality on defense. Trying to get to the glass, making those hustle plays, not being lackadaisical with the ball. They're the ones that look like, hey, we know things ratchet up here in the playoffs.
Forcing turnovers, steals.
But that's the thing. The thing for them is they aren't really. I mean, they are forcing turnovers. Like, I don't want to discredit the Kings and defense that they've done, but so many of the turnovers the Warriors have had, nobody forces anything. They're just lousy, lazy turnovers.
Yep.
There's nothing to do with what the Kings have done. And guess what? It starts at the top.
Done really shit.
They have, like, it starts at the top. Stephen Curry has had terrible turnovers. Draymond Green's had terrible turnovers.
Jordan
Like,
Poole.
your core guys that have
That's
been
the
through all
story
the
of the
battles
run,
in the
though.
playoffs. That's who it's been.
That's been the main. What cracks me up too is the fact that Steve Kerr really had the nerve to say, "Oh, I'm not worried about the turnovers. I think we're doing okay." That's what he said last game. I'm like, dude,
Yes.
you end the game with 20 turnovers. What? What?
And like I said, the thing for me is not the number, because again, the way they run this offense, turnovers are going to happen. The Warriors, if you look throughout the history of this dynasty, they've always been one of the top teams in the league with turnovers. Well, guess what? They move the ball the most. So yeah, you throw the ball the most, you're going to have the most turnovers. That kind of it's parallel with each other.
All right, guys, have a good show. Love y'all.
All right, love you, Gina. But like I said, it's the type of turnovers that they've been having that's been driving me crazy. And I know, like, obviously we've been going back to that finals, the 2016 finals. You remember one of the big turning points in that finals was in Game 7? Remember that behind the back pass that Steph made, that tried to make it, didn't have to make it, and went out of bounds? Those are the ones that I'm talking about. Like, how many times, Rod, y'all saw me when I did this when we did the little watch party, right? How many times you see Steph make a pass like this?
Yeah.
Right? It's one of those that gets
many
turned over.
times.
Like, yeah, that has nothing to do with what the Kings are doing. That's just lazy. You can't do that. They know you can't do that, but they keep doing it.
Another one that stands out is Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole,
oh my gosh,
cannot handle that damn ball. Like, holy shit.
See, this isn't a good matchup for Jordan Poole.
Like no other.
The Kings aren't a good matchup for him. Like, I'll say this: the Warriors have had turnover issues this entire run. This dynasty, that's just been a thing where we accept that. It's the gift and the curse again. The problem now is we're not going on the explosive runs. Like, we had a 12-0 run or 10-2 run, I think, in game 2. But the Warriors, you're right. But that's the thing. We would go on runs where it'd be like 23 runs. Like, remember the third quarters? Like, the third quarters was Dub's time. And we'd go put the game away. 3. Yeah, we put the game away. We'd go on like a 15-0 run. They don't have explosive runs anymore. At least not this year. That's the difference with the turnovers. Like, you're not either getting yourself back in the game or pulling away from a team.
Yeah.
To where, the way this game started in game 2, there was a moment where 2-3 years ago, Stephanie would have put them to bed.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Steph and them would have put them to bed. And Steph, I'm gonna need you to Steph.
3
Yes.
for 13, man.
Yeah,
Yes.
Steph, I'm gonna need you to
Yes.
Steph, my guy.
Yeah, I need
Getting 25, 26 points
I
ain't
need Clay
enough.
to go off too.
Yeah,
Like the Splash Bros need to do something. And mind you,
Explosive.
Jordan, like what you were saying about you know, how the Kings have been playing or whatever, like they look like a playoff team. I think a lot of that has to do with the crowd as well, like them feeding off the crowd, because it's been 17 years since they've last been in the playoffs.
Very fair. Very
And
fair.
I guarantee you we're going to see a different side of the Kings come tomorrow night.
But you also got to remember too, the Kings are a good road team,
They are.
and that's the part that you
And
can't
we're
execute
even a
and
better
look at.
home team, though.
But you are also missing Draymond, who is a key
That's
factor in
okay.
your
We have
offense.
Jonathan Kuminga, which they better use a lot more this game, because I am very disappointed in what Steve Kerr is doing with JK. He has been phenomenal this season.
I agree. So here's the thing for me though, when people talk about like crowds, because you're not wrong, right? In terms of Sacramento, it's been a while.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why we all like to think about the Warriors, or we like to think the Warriors were going to be able to, whatever you want to say, like this is why they can't win on the road during the regular season. The reason why you felt like that wasn't going to be an issue, they've seen all this before. Like I'm telling you, if you've ever been to Boston and you went to a Celtics game, especially in the playoffs, there is nothing more wild that the Warriors could ever see your face than what Boston was like in the finals. Like, I'm telling you that now. And no disrespect to Sacramento. Like I said, I was there game one, and that place was rocking. It was a phenomenal environment. I loved it. I really did. You're not going to get anything more hostile than what they had in Boston. To the point, you had a guy go on a podcast, the same guy we've been talking about, and say, you know what? They took me out of my game. I did not expect, or I was not ready for how crazy that crowd was going to be. Y'all remember that when Draymond went on this podcast and said that after game, I think it was game 3? He said that. So to an extent, it's like, all right, cool, I got it. But again, if you're the Warriors, you've seen this before. And at the end of the day, I don't care if it's game 1, 2, 5, or 7. If it goes that far, that Sacramento crowd's gonna be like that. Like it's not just, all right, well, hey, it was our first 2 games in 16, 17 years. We're good now. No, they gonna keep that going. So that can't be the excuse for the Warriors. I'm not saying you're making an excuse for them. I'm just saying that can't be an excuse for the Warriors that they want to keep moving forward in this series.
So in my opinion, like game 1, the Warriors are like their offensive rebounds, like they got offensive rebounded by like double. I mean, I think Sabonis versus Green, it was about the same. So I don't know. Like they had the second game. Oh, and at halftime, I grabbed 3 players, and they were 3 of 19 from 3-point line, and I was like, they like outshot them in every single category. You know what I mean? And so I don't know what happened there, but the second game they were up on fast break points 25-9. And I'm like, they still got creamed. Like, I don't know. But Trey shot, or Curry shot like 3 for 19 or 19, right? Or no, 13, 3 for 13. So
yeah, for 13.
Yeah. I'm buzzing.
By the way, y'all, so that link we just put in there, if you ever want to look at any box scores, they do it by quarter, by half, you name it. Take a look down there so you can see some of the stats that we're talking about too. It's the NBA.com gamebooks page. So check that out if you ever want to see any stats for any of the games, not just even the Warriors. It's any of them. Sorry, go ahead, Steve-O.
I mean, I've been at like 3 different podcasts, and I appreciate that none of you guys blame the refs, because the guy's podcast I was on live, he was totally blaming the refs, and he's a Niner fan. And I'm like, man, now I see why they call us the 40-liners. But then I asked like 3 other podcasts that were going at the same time, like, did they blame the refs? And none of them did, and you guys didn't either, so I kind of appreciate that.
Fouls is part of the game. Can't cry over what it's going to be called on both ends. Like, people who get mad and they cry because, Clay doesn't get enough, or not Clay, Steph doesn't get enough whistles for himself. There's a bunch of superstars that don't get a lot of whistles. We just don't watch every single game to be looked at and be to look at it and to document it the way that we can or the way that we do for our respective favorite players on our teams. You know what I'm saying? That's just I could genuinely cry about
only
LeBron,
thing
but
with
I'm
the
like,
refs,
for what?
the only thing with the refs on this series that you can blame is they've allowed the series to become too physical, and that's how we ended up in the situation we ended up in with the incident with Sabonis and Draymond.
Yeah.
That was the reason why I told you from the jump about
didn't
that.
check
And I was
early.
like, oh, they're letting them play. I said, as soon as they start letting them play, y'all do know the energy is going to be different now.
Yeah.
So now that they playing like this and they're letting them be physical, know that the game is going to be called different. People
That's
didn't
why
want
I
to respond
said-
and respect that. I know I'm agreeing with you. I'm
Whoever comes in
agreeing.
game 3, we gonna know what kind of game it's gonna be tomorrow morning.
You're definitely going to know.
Yeah, bro. Hey, can I show you guys a video real fast?
Go with it.
NFL? All right, hold on.
So I've been hearing a lot of people say like blaming Steve Kerr for the turnovers, and I'm like, these guys are grown men, been playing together for years. Like, what do you want Kerr to do? Go out there and dribble the ball? And I don't know if that's how you guys feel.
All right, just check this out real quick. One,
I remember that.
2,
That's the game. That's the one at the end of the game I was talking about.
3, 4. Like multiple. I mean, like if you're gonna officiate the game the way they have been, you need to go both sides. Like, even it out. Like, you can't make it that obvious that you're going for just one side. You know what I mean?
That's all.
So for me, so how do you guys feel about that play that they challenged and got overturned? To me, like Draymond, you know, he was leaning backwards and he was still going to fall that way, but then he bent over like he was going to sit in a chair, and I think that's why they called it originally.
Did you ever once see Draymond look back to see where Sabonis is?
No.
Okay, so that answers my question.
But when you're passing a ball, and I play plenty of ball, when you throw the ball, you don't just like put so much weight that you're going to fall forward and your butt's going to go backwards either. You know what I mean?
So again, I want to say that was game 1 because I remember when they reviewed it, and I was even saying then in the moments, like, you know what? So again, like just for full reference, you know, I work right next to replay officials at Chase Center or replay operators. So, you know, we always get the heads up of like, hey, we need to show this replay. Hey, we don't need to show this replay. And one thing that is always true for a home team, if you think showing your replay is not going to go in your favor, you don't show it.
Absolutely.
In Golden One Center, when that review was going on, guess what they did not show? They didn't show that replay. So,
i.e. the same situation with Philly and San Francisco.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I'm just saying that. Yeah,
no, you're
I'm
right.
with you though.
You're right.
Yeah,
that was
like discount advantage. You know what I'm saying for your home team advantage. Like, I'm not about to show that play on the replay.
You're not going to let Kyle Shanahan look up there if he actually
exactly.
Would. You know,
I'm not about to let him.
But I'm not going to let Kyle Shanahan look up here and see that we need to challenge that. But at the same time, that's the thing for me, coaches is that needs to be your signal. That's your signal to challenge plays. They're not showing the replay. They're not doing it for a reason. Obviously, in football is different because, you know, teams do no huddle. That should have also been a reason and a heads up that, hey, we might need to challenge this. But, you know, neither here nor there. So, again, the thing for me is just that, like, I want to put it this way. 2 things can be true. Has the officiating been terrible in the series? Absolutely. It really has. And has the officiating for the Warriors, I'm not going to say the Warriors team as a whole. I'm going to say it for Steph. Has it been awful for Steph as a whole this whole year? Absolutely. That being said, with as bad as the whistle has been for Steph, and, you know, like, and like the Kings are going to say, Kings fans say, well, there only been 3 more fouls called for the Kings and Warriors. I don't care. I'm not talking about how many calls. I'm talking about the type of calls. My thing is, even with that being said, should the Warriors still have won at least one game in Golden One Center? I don't care all the obstacles.
Yep.
And the answer is yes.
Game 1 for sure.
Game 1 for sure.
Absolutely.
For sure.
So
regardless of the excuse.
That's why I can't blame the officials, because at the end of the day, it's like, no, like, even all things considered, they should have won that game.
And then also too is the stupid mistakes that the Warriors did too in the last game. Like the first 3 minutes of, I think it was the fourth or third quarter. It was 10 fouls back to back to back to back to back.
Yes.
And I was just like,
Yes.
bro, what are you guys doing?
Yeah.
So Hufunga seen that 4-down play, right? And he was right there, and he's like, no, it's incomplete.
That's right. Yeah,
so it's
that's
kind of
right.
I blame Hufunga a little bit as to not, but he was a rookie, so whatever. But even then, if Draymond Green sticks his butt out a little bit and I'm Sabonis, dude, I'm not going to the ground. And I'm glad it got overturned, because even if I run into the back of him, I'm not going to fall to the ground.
Like I said, he's baiting him. He's been doing it, and it worked.
Yeah,
it worked. Right, like I said, Draymond can say all he wants. We all heard him say it earlier this year. We all heard him say it earlier this year. He gets text when he wants to. But the reality of the situation is he has been baited into now missing a game in this series.
Well, it worked for Ja.
Works for Ja in terms of what?
They won tonight.
I mean, look, we've seen the Grizzlies yes, but we've seen how the Grizzlies play without Ja before. We have. Everybody said last year too, when Ja got hurt during the Warriors series, oh, the Grizzlies play better without Ja. This is their record without Ja Morant. They know how to play without him. So that's a big part of it. Also, and now that I'm looking finally at the box scores, and I know this is kind of where I left off. This is where I already did the Laker one. Yeah. This is where I left off before when I thought I had that call. It didn't happen yet, so I might have to hop off in any minute. This is what I noticed. Okay. Like I said, obviously LeBron 1 for 8 from 3.
I got a joke, but I almost said it.
You don't like that. There's a certain player, and Rod, how many times I've been saying this? The most important player in terms of the Lakers' playoff successes or lack thereof is Anthony Davis. Right?
What do you do tonight?
I said that from get-go.
What do you do tonight?
Who was 4 of 14 tonight?
Sheesh.
Didn't I read that out earlier?
4 of 4. Like I said, I was out on that part. I didn't.
No, you good. No, you good. No, because you're gonna read everything. You're doing a great job. So can you read out LeBron's 3-point?
And as I said,
shooting?
1 of 8. That's not good enough. 1 of 8's not good enough. Also, 8 shots for LeBron from 3 is too many.
Can you tell me D'Angelo? Can you tell me D'Angelo Russell's stats?
Yeah, exactly. 2 of 11. 1 of 5 from 3. 3
Austin Reeves.
So and once I answer this, I'm gonna say something on that too, right? 5 of 12 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 of 3 from 3. But like I said, for 3 of those names, one is not like the other. Austin Reeves and Rui Hachimura, and I know Rui had another good game tonight.
Absolutely.
Technically, as one of the quote unquote the others, as Shaq likes to put it, they did their job.
Absolutely.
They helped you get game 1. So now it's back up to the superstars, right? It's up to LeBron and it's up to Anthony Davis. Like I said, LeBron, that's still a solid game. Again, I don't like the I said solid. That's why I said solid. I didn't say good. I said solid.
Okay. I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Hey, real quick, Jordan. Hey, what did Triple J do?
Oh God. Well, we ain't.
I don't know. I didn't get to see a lot.
Yeah, sure you did.
Dogged walk the Lakers squad.
5 of 12.
Yeah.
1 of 3. I saw the 3 he hit late.
How many boards?
9.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, you want to talk about someone who dogged the Lakers was Xavier Tillman.
Who?
What's the one thing we talked about going into the series? The Grizzlies should not have enough size to play with the Lakers now that Steven Adams and Brandon Clark are out for the series. But now you let Xavier Tillman come in here and get a 20 and 10 double-double. That can't happen. Can't happen.
It's a problem.
But anyway, like I said, if we're going to compare D'Angelo
Lakers
Russell
were trash tonight.
and what they did or didn't do in this game to what Anthony Davis is supposed to do, that's a problem for me. It's a problem for me.
Did he take tonight off, or did he just miss?
Well, it's like, I mean, what did I say from the beginning of the playoffs, right? That at the end of the day, there's that Anthony Davis game that's in there. We know what he can be and should be. Because remember, at this point, right? And I'm not taking LeBron off the hook for the 1 of 8 from 3. I'm not.
Right.
But at 38, 39 years old, we all knew it was like by this point, Anthony Davis was supposed to show everybody, hey, when LeBron's done, it's my time.
I got
my
this.
team.
I
It's
got
my time
this,
on my
yeah.
team. And you know what? Because he's so inconsistent, he still hasn't done it. Tonight showed that. It showed it. Again.
This is
AD.
This is why when people ask me, oh, AD can carry the, franchise after this, so y'all straight. What? How?
Haven't seen
How
it.
are we straight?
She's not injured.
How? Like, nah. I can take these draft picks and keep it moving, man. Like this brittle, we don't know which player we're gonna get from 1 week to another. And shout out to Tanya.
Yeah, why do you keep coming in and out?
I know Tanya normally be right there, but Tanya, you got some explaining to do tonight, because your boy.
Where was your boy?
Your boy.
Where was your boy, Tanya?
Hey, Miss Danielle.
Yeah, come on, Danielle.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on.
Like
How you feeling?
You got something you want to say?
I actually do.
Yes, you did.
Unload the
Yes,
clip.
you did.
I feel like these bandwagon fans, as I call them, who were fans before we won, like after we won our titles and Dub Nation grew. I feel like the comment I got today where they were saying about they should trade Draymond Green because he's not playing basketball how he's supposed to. So my thing is, if Draymond Green isn't crap, but Steph and Clay are the reason why we got these championships, then why would Draymond's suspension hurt us?
They don't. You know why? Because you just made sense of what you just said by just asking a simple question that people truthfully don't want to answer because they're so bashful. Like you have a lot of people that just love bashing players, regardless of what makes sense, regardless of what sounds like. You know what? That's just what we consider common sense. Common sense is not common to others. So when people say that to you and people speak like that, at the end of the day, it's not common. That's anybody. Think about this, and this is real, Danielle. As arguably, and I don't care what nobody says, as good as LeBron is, for people to continue to hate on LeBron now at the year 20, averaging the points that he does, and that's not even being his focal point, to still hate him to this second, even after breaking Kareem's, it's like, now you just have a personal agenda. There's nothing you can tell me that just it refutes facts. It is literally your opinion. That is not a fact.
Dan.
That is just an opinion. So anytime people speak like that, nah, man, it's just frustrating. I'm like, you just don't like them. And that's why I tell people flat out to their face, you just don't like them.
Yeah,
you
Dan.
don't like them.
But
Just
you know
straight up.
But
I call people out flat out to their face, regardless of the fact. It don't matter to
You know
me.
what kills me about the Draymond situation?
I love you though, Dan.
Adam Silver was there at the game,
Yep.
but when De'Aaron Fox damn near elbowed Jordan Poole across nobody said nothing.
Trey Lyles
How
did it
what's the
too.
name damn near like WWE them and bomb rushed them. Nobody said nothing.
Trey
And it's just
Lyles did it
yes,
too.
Draymond is Draymond. I get it. But at the end of the day, this vendetta is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Why do we-
Like, I feel like if you're going to blame somebody if we don't lose, blame the NBA.
I mean, I think it's because Looney.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Steve-O.
I think it's because Looney is the replacement.
Looney's the replacement for what?
Yeah, I'll say I can't say he's a replacement. They gotta
Yeah.
go hand in hand.
They are a duo.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, boxed up Sabonis in game 1. He was clamped up.
Hello.
I still think they can win the game. It's not a non-winnable game without Draymond, even though The record indicates
Absolutely.
they don't win a lot without Draymond. He's definitely crucial to what they do, but it's still a winnable game. They're at home. The role players will play better.
Yep.
Hopefully Jordan Poole ignites. Kind of
Yep.
like B-Dub said earlier. Clay needs to ball out, and Steph needs to Steph. Like, he needs to Steph, man. Like, I'm gonna need a 40 piece. I'm gonna need a 40 piece tomorrow. Like,
Can I break this down bit by bit real quick? Because I know obviously we talked a lot about Draymond himself, you know, and just like how, again, if y'all want to look at the reputation, well, again, the reputation part is y'all's fault in terms of y'all being the NBA. Everyone knows that the NBA is being very sensitive when it comes to crowd interaction, and this is if you know what he did to and with the crowd after the fact, played a part in suspension. Let's be real. Everyone knows that they've been very sensitive and cautious after Malice in the Palace. Now, my thing is, can we be honest about what happened in Malice at the Palace? It had nothing to do with a player talking to a fan or going to a fan. All right. If y'all remember, Ron Artest was lying down on the scores table and had a beer thrown at him or a drink. I don't know what it was, but he had a drink thrown at him. That's when he went into the crowd. It had nothing to do with, someone's talking to the crowd, yada, yada, yada. If anything, again, the league knows they love it when people interact with the crowd. People know it. Like, you love when there's a villain. Because again, Draymond's not a bad guy. Like, let's be real about that. We know that. So, like, let's be real in terms of, I get it. You want to be sensitive, but you still have to evaluate a situation as for what it is. That was nothing near close to what Malice in the Palace was, or what started that situation. I mean, hell, I saw Russell Westbrook go into a suite just the other day, talking stuff to a fan, saying like, "Hey, you want to stand on that now? You want to talk about that now?"
Top.
And now, don't get me wrong,
I would love, man. Like,
but my thing is, am I going to sit here and say that Russell Westbrook should be suspended because he got that close to fan? No. Also, if you're that afraid of what happened to Malice in the Palace in terms of player and fan engagement and situation, technically he should have got suspended for that. But like I said, no, I would never ever say that Russell Westbrook should got suspended for that. Like, in terms of just me and how I view the game. So let's look at the situation for what it was. Okay, cool. He was talking with the crowd. Guess what? Crowds talk with Draymond all the time.
They do. That's part of his game. Like,
it's part of it.
Malice in the Palace is one of the greatest sports moments of my lifetime. Like, I remember watching that game.
I do too. On that Friday night.
Yeah,
I do too.
I remember it.
Y'all remember when TiVo was like brand new? Like, I was at grandma's house. She had a TiVo. I was rewinding that bitch the whole night. I was like, I'm not going home. I'm staying here. I'm
watching this over and over.
Ron Artest versus Ben Wallace. They was getting into it, and it became what it became.
Absolutely. So
it was just one of the greatest moments of all time. I ain't gonna lie.
100%. Like I said, that's part 2, and like part 3, I'll end it here. And I said this before. If Draymond got hurt from that, whether it's his ankle, hamstring, whatever the case may be, you think they're suspending Sabonis? No. So that's why I don't like the fact that the NBA after the fact came out and said, "Oh yeah, like no, part of it was because of Sabonis saying that he's questionable for the game 3." Because no, we all know and we figure and feel you would not have done that the same way if it was the shoe was on the other foot. We really don't. And I'm not saying that in terms of we as Warriors fans. Like, Rod, I'm asking you, do you think they would have suspended Sabonis a game and Draymond got hurt there?
Oh,
all right.
Shouldn't have never, in my opinion, I feel like they should have never even. What up, Dennis? I feel like they should have never even. They should have never even suspended him.
No,
you know
that's
what I mean. Just being
saying.
honest, it should have just been they got it over with in the game itself. Done deal.
I'll say if Draymond would have got hurt on that play, Sabonis would have got the same thing he got, a flagrant 1.
And
that's it.
That's all it would have been.
That's it.
All it would have been.
But my thing is, this is what hypes up the situation. Draymond going back and forth with the, and it sucks that it happened that way. But the mere fact that Draymond wants to turn around, even with the, because what you're trying to do, Slick, you're showing up you're showing up the commissioner that's at the game, regardless of the fact. Indirectly, you are. Whether you knew he was there or not, and then while you up there just, like, bro, you could have just chilled. I don't think you really would have gotten suspended. But once you sit, and then you got to also go back to your people at, what was it, TNT? Or was it ESPN? I think it was TNT. But anyway,
He was
TNT. Okay, TNT.
Draymond was at TNT. Yeah.
Y'all know what y'all do. And y'all know that y'all create these narratives and these stories. So anytime that you get something like this, the first thing that they want to do is zoom in directly on Draymond and show exactly what he's doing. You could have easily, like anything else, i.e., I'll use example, let's let a fan run on the court. What's the first thing they do? They go to the main bleacher camera and try to show, like, that nothing is going on, or they'll pan to, the crowd
to
and
the announcers and just
exactly that type of way. Why wasn't that done? Because they got to create the narrative and the story of, oh, look what's going on in the playoffs. Look what happened. And he's drawing back and forth with the fans. We got to create this super story.
It's good TV.
It sucks. I hate this. Exactly.
It does. But you know what?
Because controversy sells right now. It just does.
Hey, I mean, there's one thing. So again, obviously, like I majored in, communication, focus in media studies, and journalism. There's one quote that we always say in it: "If it bleeds, it leads." That's the main thing. That's the reason why, like, I'm sure if y'all turn on the news and you're wondering why, like, hey, there's all this sad stuff in the news. Like, don't get me wrong, and I'm not saying like it's not important to talk about, like, hey, somebody died or somebody got shot, things like that. Of course, you gotta talk about it. But the reason why you see it so much is because everyone knows it gains attention. Everyone knows it, and like I said, that's the thing for me that makes me the most frustrated about this, is because, again, the NBA, what they're going to do, they suspended Draymond for that. And like we talked about this earlier. They suspended Draymond for that. If Draymond comes back, and like I said, Steve-O, and I know you want to talk, that's why you keep unmuting yourself, so I want to let you go after this. If Draymond comes back next year for the Warriors and Kings is going to be on primetime television, whether it's TNT, ABC, you name it. But a big part of the reason why there's going to be so much drama pent up for it is not just because the Kings maybe not the Warriors out, or the Warriors not the Kings out if we come back and win the series. It's because there was an issue and a beef in it, and they know that they can sell that. So don't suspend somebody for a game for the exact same thing you want to benefit off of. All right, Steve-O, I know Wise looks like you want to say something too. I'm good.
I just had a question for you guys and Danielle. Do you guys think that Draymond did this whole thing on purpose, as far as he is all right? You guys aren't going to extend me or re-sign me or whatever. Well, all right, I'm going to purposely make sure I'm not in the next game, and then you guys are going to see my value when without me. Do you guys? Am I reading that wrong?
Yeah, you're reading it wrong, because at the end of the day, those guys are brothers. And then when you're on a team, yes, you may do certain things that mess up, but you're not going to jeopardize everybody else's bag also. So when it comes down to that, you're not purposely walking in there to create a narrative. That right there, they'll get you off a team. They'll get you out of the league. You know what I'm saying? Like, trust me. As much pull and as much as Steph Curry has in this league, all Steph Curry got to do is just go in there and say something crazy about that. Draymond will be out the league in a heartbeat. That ain't about to happen. Dre, he's smart in a lot of ways. He's very intelligent, but he's not going to just permanently sabotage his team because of his own personal gain. That wouldn't even make any sense. Right now, you're winning. If it wasn't for you getting these championships, a lot of people don't know who Draymond Green is. Granted, I knew him from Michigan State. He was a little fat kid who didn't really know how to play. But, I mean, he played. He was cool.
He knew how to play.
But, I mean, exactly. That's why I said, yes, he did know how to play.
Doesn't get that game-winning three against Maryland if it wasn't for Draymond Green in the NCAA.
Very true. Very true. But his game also did change, and he worked on it to, obviously get to the point where he could be a starter.
Plus, just to piggyback on that, I mean, Draymond is trying to he's trying to get another max contract. And to do that, he has to play well and the team needs to be successful. So he's not his best, all right, forget y'all, is I'm a ball out. We're gonna win this chip and I'm a dip. That's the best, fuck y'all in this situation.
Yes.
The
Because
best.
he has to show his value to these other teams and be like, hey, is Draymond falling off? Like, hey, because last year in the finals, hey, we benched him for
That
a
was
minute.
a conversation. Yep.
Right.
That was a conversation.
He needed to reestablish
Absolutely.
himself. So that's why I don't think he's trying to purposely sabotage the team or anything to get back. And I just don't. Draymond ain't that kind of dude. Like, I don't know Draymond obviously, but he ain't that kind of dude. Yeah. But real quick, I gotta go with Snowfall season finale. I gotta get out of here, so get ready for some things. Rod already tweeting about shit and trying to do spoilers and shit, But
hey, no
gotta get
joke.
ready for it.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with you.
Yeah.
I've never seen one show Snowfall.
Okay, just don't be
Never.
tweeting out.
So I don't know what I don't know what I missed. I don't even know what I tweeted. I just answered somebody. That's it.
I think I don't know nothing. But I'm gonna look.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna get out
trust
of here,
me,
y'all.
it ain't nothing that I threw out there. I don't even know what is going on. I'm being honest on that. I don't.
All right, I'm out. Enjoy it. Y'all take care. Oh, what? Sports, laugh, and chill. Yeah, y'all make sure y'all subscribe up, follow the channel. Shout out to Rod, Jordan, Gina, Dan, Danielle, Steve-O. What's up, my guy?
Later.
Y'all have a good one, man. Hold on. Let me click leave studio and not in broadcast. I'm out.
Come on, Danielle. Talk to us. What's on your mind?
No,
Hey, the thing that just
that was
bothers
a low
me,
blow.
when I say bandwagon fans, I really mean that. That's my thing. I can't stand you can't criticize Curry. They're Curry fans. Like, I feel we lost because Curry, Loon, and Jordan Poole got into foul trouble. Green, turnovers. But if you say stuff like that, they get bothered. At the end of the day, I feel like Draymond ain't going nowhere. This is a dynasty. Jordan be DMing me stuff, but I can't really say it. But
she means Jordan Poole, y'all. She means Jordan Poole. She means Jordan Poole. I love you, Morgan. She means Jordan Poole.
Hey, Jordan loves you, Morgan.
See, y'all keep trying to get me in trouble. I ain't.
It ain't no y'all. We stick to you. We help you. Some other folks don't. They throw you under the bus. They do that to you.
And they ain't even know no bus to throw me under.
You know what's sad? When you got to walk around your woman and go, what? What'd I do?
Listen.
And it's all because of somebody else and what they said. Not even what you. And you're like, I didn't even do nothing.
Listen, the closest bus they could throw me under is Jerome Bettis, and I can tackle him. So, let's be real about all that, okay? Anyway, Miss Danielle, please continue.
no, Draymond ain't going nowhere. Like, I love my team. Yes,
You hope
Draymond
that.
Green got a mouth. He got a mouth.
You hope that.
A whole
You
mouth.
hope he stays.
But at the end of the day, I really wish that the league would stop making him a target. Like, at the end of the day, I feel anything Draymond does, he's always under a microscope. He's a constant. Just because he's Draymond Green, stuff get blown out of proportion. I feel, yes, he got a disrespectful mouth. I'm not negating that. But I feel sometimes they target and antagonize him a lot.
Does he do that?
Sometimes.
So this is why I brought up earlier. It feels like a rat chase. In terms of, okay, what is the actual situation or scenario here? Is it that you really do think that you need to punish them because of the previous incidences and situations, or do you feel like you just want to get aha? See, we got him. He's in trouble now. Like, we can get him for this. This is what I mean by it being a rat chase. And let's see what Uncle Dennis said. Can you put the target on your own back? And again, so here's the thing for me. He's not wrong. The antics after were not necessary. I totally agree. So the thing for me, and again, like I said, I wanted to put my lawyer hat on earlier. If the league would have said in their memo, like the foul happened, you understand, obviously, boom, he got his leg grabbed, all that stuff. But when he showed like something in terms of along the lines of, and again, like I said, you see how I'm putting on my lawyer hat. He showed no remorse for what he did by doing that in the crowd. That's why we had to suspend him. If you say something like that, then I'd be like, okay, you know what? I still don't think you should have suspended him, but you put it that way. Okay. I can't
Pete, what's going on, boss?
Yeah. What's going on? Hey, appreciate you tuning in.
Yes.
But in that regard, if you put it in those terms, like, okay, that kind of makes sense. I can't really get at you for that. But that's not what they did. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not what they did. And so that's the reason why, like, so again, Uncle Dennis, thank you again for making that point. I really appreciate you making that.
Then you got to remember too, it's like the antics that he has. That's why he comes on after and he has his own podcast. So that kind of goes back to Steve-O answering your question from earlier. This is the reason why you have, the Draymond show and stuff like that, because the narrative that the media likes to portray and put out there is one thing. He likes to respond and answer it for himself. And oftentimes that's why he's on there to sit up there and answer what he would like to answer as well as. So anytime we see that happening or going down or anything like that, that's the first thing we got to look at. It's just like, yo, bro, hold up. You mean to tell me this is going on? That's what's going on with you. And now this is, the scenario. And then that's when he walks in. Hold on. This is what goes on. Let me speak about this. Let me speak about that. That part I be understanding with him. It's just, and I'll use, for example, like the time when they played the Clippers and Paul Pierce was on the bench and he yelling out there, the league don't love you. The league don't love you like Kobe. They don't respect you like all that.
They don't love you like that.
Granted, it was quiet, so everybody could hear exactly what he's speaking on and saying. Certain things that Draymond does, the reason why it is done and it is done that way is the whole reason why the NBA has mics around these courts. They have them behind the bench. They have them right up under the seats, the whole nine. All that goes on because they create the stories that they want to create. They portray these guys to make them look a certain way. How does he get around the story that is already, the narrative that is already created about Draymond? He can't now. So now he just tries to run with it.
So the funny thing with it, and I'm glad you brought this up, and I'm not saying that in terms of like, aha, you said something where I can get you kind of thing. I'm glad you said it because it's really an interesting conversation. The reason why I say that is because, okay, cool. If the league felt like they had enough to paint Draymond in a certain way, they could do it. But if that's also the case, you don't think the NBA has enough power or pull to say, we don't need this guy being one of the faces or one of the voices on TNT when the Warriors aren't in the playoffs. Like, I genuinely think they have that ability, right, in terms of contracts. So the thing for me is, like, again, like I said before, in terms of, again, like with scheduling next year, the league knows they kind of need this. It helps them. It entertains them. It also makes them a little bit more money in terms of viewership for certain games, those scheduled games. So that's the only, like I said, it's I want to bring up the conversation, right? Of, I see what you're saying, but at the same time, there's certain things that the league does on the other side where it's like, all right, cool, yeah, Draymond's this guy and we need to suspend him. He does this, he does that. But then you're also, on the other hand, going to turn around and let him be one of your spoke people of the league. He wasn't in the All-Star game. Guess who's doing courtside interviews though during the All-Star game? It's Draymond. Last year, like I said, not last year, 2 years ago, excuse me, the Warriors aren't in the playoffs. But guess who's on the booth with Ernie and Chuck and Shaq and all those guys? It's Draymond. So you can't sit here and tell me, at least for the league, not you, Rod. You can't tell me at the league that he's bad for this, bad for that, is a damage to this, damage for that, and then you turn around and let that same person that you're saying, and I'm saying this in terms of by punishment. What you're doing by punishment, you're saying it's not good for the league and not okay for the league, but then you turn around and you let him be a spokesperson for the same league.
And then on top of that, remember Charles Barkley, Draymond, they had their little feud for a little bit. So what's the first thing that, like you just said, if it bleed, what's the analogy you bring up?
Well,
Jordan,
let's just talk about Charles Barkley by himself and what like the persona that he has.
Beforehand as a player or after? Remember, he's not a role model.
Yes, and
you know what I'm saying? I'm not a role model. So when I'm not a role model comes out when when I was I'm not a role model. I think I might have been in high school when that came out. But it's just like anytime that type of stuff comes out, it's like, okay, this is what you guys portrayed Charles Barkley to be, so on and so forth, whatever. He retires, look where he is. So now look at what you guys portray Draymond to be. Who has to come in right behind Charles, just in case. You know what I'm saying? Whenever his time is, he can go on and just step right on in. And they can continue on with business because he's Charles Barkley Jr. That's why they're cool now. They're cool now. It happens that way. He slides on in, continues on with the controversial type of conversation that he likes to speak and say. But it's just, at the end of the day, hey, negativity will always win when it comes to the news. So
if it bleeds, it reads.
It'll sell it. Absolutely. So that's the reason for
this is not we're not trying to say in terms of playing wise. Sorry, Rod. I didn't mean to cut you off. But we're not talking about playing wise. Like obviously we get it how great Charles Barkley was as a player. Totally get it. My point being is in terms of if you want to shame or punish or be on somebody for what they do as a player, which again, like I said, that's what happened with Charles Barkley, because we can all go back and rewind and talk about Charles Barkley in his past, his history. And for the record, I love Charles. Like I want to make that clear. Like I'm not saying this trying to be out for Charles. Like just so everyone understands that.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna do that for him, well, guess what? You turned around and let him be a spokesperson for your league. Like inside the NBA isn't what it is. And I know I'm preaching to the choir on this. Inside the NBA isn't what it is without Charles Barkley.
Absolutely.
It just isn't. So at the same time, you're already letting Draymond start being a spokesperson for your league. Like, all right, on either level. Cool, I got you. Entertaining, hilarious. I got it. My point is, you're already letting someone who you're going to suspend, who you've been trying to find, give technical fouls, all of that. You're still on the other side letting him be a spokesperson for your league when he's not playing.
Right.
You already guaranteed him a spot for when he decides to retire. He's going to be a bigger spokesperson for your league. Like, it's already guaranteed.
Absolutely.
That's the reason why he's already on TNT. So don't tell me or show me on one side, hey, well, his priors, he was this, he was that. And then you're going to benefit from him talking about your league and being a spokesperson for your league. You can't, it's hypocrisy to me.
And I agree.
That's my point. I don't like hypocrisy, and that's exactly what it screams out to me.
And also, I agree. Let me go back. Pete, the triple single is not even on Barkley's level. While statistically, I agree with you. Ring wise, he's not on Draymond's level. So when it comes to that, when you look at that portion of it from a personal standpoint and stuff like that, I mean, they're both going to end up in the same Hall of Fame. Because if you think that Draymond is not going to be a Hall of Famer, yeah, right. He will be in there. And more than likely, if they do decide to do it, he'll probably have a statue outside as well. It's just that type of way. As far as when it comes to the Warriors brand and everything like that and what they've built, he's part of that. Regardless of how you look at him, think about him, whatever, he's part of that. Regardless. So he gets that respect in that manner. Now, as far as the entertainment portion of it, I hope Chuck is more entertaining and hilarious right now because he's got at least almost 20 years on him. So
And
I
he's
hope he
done.
should have it. You know what I'm saying? Whereas
done.
at best, within the last 3 to 4 years, you know, we're seeing, you know, Draymond a little more and a little more, but yeah, man. Of course. And now you're seeing Charles Barkley even that much more on commercials and everything like crazy. So his brand is just going higher and higher now that he's a little older and whomever is in his ear. So it's different. It is different.
So two things. No, you bring your great points, Rod. Also, you said it's Pete, right, for Niner Fanatic?
Yeah.
All right, cool. First off, Pete, like I really do appreciate your points of view and bringing up like we're opening up we're opening this up to everybody. So if you want to slide in and talk about it too, like please,
hit him with the link. Yeah, anybody can jump on.
Yeah, would love
anybody can get on tonight.
But secondly, to your point, Riley, you talk about all the commercials that Charles Barkley's been on lately, which of course that helps the league because you see that those are league guys. Do you remember last year before the playoffs and before the finals, there was a Subway commercial? And I'm saying this now, like we aren't plugging Subway, but hey, Subway, if you want to sponsor us, like we'd appreciate it. There was a commercial, right? That went back and forth, and the back and forth was between Jason Tatum for the Celtics and guess who? Draymond Green, right? Remember, because it was going back and forth about like they were doing the signature subs.
He said my stuff got more rings.
There you go. And then all of a sudden, that was Draymond's punchline, right? My sub. I'm sorry, I said punchline. I don't want to give Rod any material, but but that was his thing, right? He said my sub has more rings than yours does, and then Jason Tatum stops and says my sub has bacon. But that's the thing. Like even at that point, the league knows what Draymond's reputation was, right? And all good, all good, Pete. Like, hey, like I said, we appreciate you tuning in anyway. So, no, like, thank you. You know, hope obviously you have a good night. We'll talk to you the next time. I really do appreciate you tuning in. But
sure,
even at that point, the league knew what Draymond's reputation was. It's not like it just was between last year and this year that it changed. But you're cool with that because anybody else who's not an NBA fan or whatever, you tune in and you see NBA players, especially one on the Golden State Warriors. Guess what? They might tune in a little bit more. They remember that. That was fine. That was still his same reputation, but that was okay. Like that's the inconsistency part of it for me. Like we said, Steve-O, yes, we appreciate you.
Yeah, we appreciate you, boss.
Yes. We he said, Miss Danielle, you gotta be sitting down when you're talking because that I guess he's already
I be getting on.
You know?
I be getting on Danielle here because all she want to show is that ceiling fan or the corner of the wall or something. We want to see you, woman.
That's right.
So, look at her. Yeah, get off mute. Go on and say what you gonna say. Look at her. I saw that look when she did that look away, and when she wiped the back of that hair up like that. That's that. Ooh, which way do I need to start on him? I know every woman's look when they do that. Come on, Danielle. Come on.
Mm-hmm. Don't be talking about my dole room. All my money go to my two pimps, the kids. Don't be talking about my dole room.
It happens like
I'm
that.
working on it. I'm trying to get my cash app up so you can do my background ride.
So that's why she tries to get me in trouble for tickets, is because that's where all the money go. Okay, now we're making.
What I'm saying?
It's all making sense to me. It's all making sense to me.
Just saying, I'm a single mother.
Wait.
Me some slack.
A 660-pound satellite will crash back on the Earth tomorrow.
Hey, Rod.
Yeah.
El Questiono.
They gonna suspend Draymond for that too? Sorry.
Hopefully, I have an answer. Right.
So, I always say when LeBron is the greatest player of this era, hands down. I don't care what nobody say.
Okay.
Do you think after LeBron retires that there will ever be anybody that can ever come close to him?
Eventually. You know why?
Do you think
Because I
somebody
didn't
will
think.
ever take his record? Is like he surpassed Kareem? Do you think somebody can do it next?
And I'll tell you
I ain't
this.
even got a coffee table,
I,
fam.
hey, I was about
Like,
to
don't
say,
come
hey,
for
Miss Danielle,
me.
you gotta defend yourself. You gotta defend yourself on this one.
Because that's Dennis. I know that's Dennis right there. That's why I'm laughing, right? Yeah, Dennis Unc coming at you right now. He coming for you right now. Hey,
that's Uncle
I'm out of
Dennis?
that. Yeah, that's Unc right there. I know that name. Yeah. Hey, also tune in for everybody too, because Dennis will be getting his show up and going in a minute. Tune into that. It will be up and running. Trust me. In a matter of a couple weeks, we'll be on there because it's almost draft time, and I know he got something set up for that. So we'll definitely be on the lookout for that. But back to the question that you was asking. I'm sorry, I got thrown off with the question. Danielle.
See, senor. Oh, I was saying, we all know LeBron is the greatest player of this era. I don't care.
Oh yeah,
Argue
that's
with
right.
me.
That's
I
right.
don't care. Nobody can do
Okay.
what he did.
Yeah, it's your
But
opinion.
do
Yeah.
you think after he retires, that's it? That's it.
For him?
Like, like will we'll ever see another player like LeBron? Or do you
No,
believe
you'll
that's
never.
it?
We'll never see another player like LeBron, but we'll see another player that will come along and be great. Yes. Who? Only time tells. We don't know. You got to look at the progression of life right now and how things are going. I'll put it to you. I'm 40 years old. Well, now I'm 42 years old, about to be 43 next month. My thing is, I didn't see anybody breaking. Yeah, exactly. I didn't see anybody breaking Kareem's record all time. Just being honest. A lot of people, and me included, Michael Jordan's the greatest ever. And I thought if anybody would have broke it, maybe would have been Michael Jordan. Number two, maybe would have been Kobe. Neither one of them did it. So now for a person who doesn't even try to go out and score the way that he did and break the record the way that he did, regardless of its longevity or not, is broken. I don't care what anybody has to say. Anytime you step into the NBA and play against the top players in the world and you come in and solidify yourself as one of the greats, first of all, for even being in the conversation as one of the greats, that alone is dope. So to think that we'll get another type of player like him or whatever, if anybody, it could be one of his sons. And I think the one that I always pay attention to and look
Bryce.
at, that I feel, exactly, Bryce Maximus. That's the one that I feel like is the one. But, from what I see, intelligence-wise, Bronny has it. The intelligence. Bronny has it. He just doesn't have his daddy's size or his brother's size.
This is a fun question by Steve-O, by the way.
Pause.
Well, he has
You know what I'm saying?
two of them. He has two of them. But I like this one too.
Yeah. So outside of that, it'll be fascinating, but also I look forward to the rule changes that's gonna come along, what they add or what they'll take away, because you got to remember too, the league is totally different than where we got playing games now. It used to be the first. If you're in the West, first top 8 teams, you're in the playoffs. Period. Point blank. Now you got first top 10 teams, and then they get to finally do play-ins and all this other crap. So stuff gets added on. And now they're going to change rules, and now they're going to add, statistics. Come on, you got what is it, half of the year trophy or something, MVP or some bull that they was talking about having. So it's no telling what could happen. But overall, as far as the actual top player to ever grace and be there, one day, will we see it? I hope so. I really hope so.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. The reason why is because you see so many players nowadays that are so versatile, and there's a reason why they are, right? Like whether it's LeBron himself, people just want to watch LeBron. It's Magic, it's Giannis, KD, you name it. There's so many players, especially like bigger players, that are so versatile at what they do. And so I think eventually, yeah, you're gonna see something or someone better than that. The only question in terms of records, like I'm glad that Steve-O brought this question up. Like I want to transition into that. In terms of records, I believe that Tom Brady's passing record will be broken. The reason why I say that is because, again, with science and technology, all this stuff, you're going to have more NBA players, I think, if they dedicate themselves to it, that can play, 20, 21, 22 years. I really do think that's the case. But here's the problem with that. Do we
Speak
know
on
for
it.
sure that it's going to be an 82-game season
Speak on
going
it.
forward? Like, again, like I said, in the next 20, 22, 23 years, where they
Preach.
can catch up to that. Like we
Load
see all these things.
management.
Like you already see what there's load management. We see what Adam Silver's trying to do. Like
That's
he's already
why.
making a minimum requirement. Like, hey, you want to win this title or that title or this trophy, you got to play 65 games. I really do think that down the road, that 65 game mark, don't be surprised if that's what the regular season is. 65 games. Don't be surprised.
Don't be.
Now,
Don't be.
on the other hand, guess what the NFL has done lately? They extended their regular season.
Added 2 more.
They
Yes,
added
sir.
to it. So, and again, I'm not saying this in terms of like trying to knock Tom Brady and his greatness or anything. I just think when you look at the logistics of it, both leagues, right? Look at the logistics of both leagues and directions that they're going. It makes a whole lot more sense to me. And you look at some of the quarterbacks that we have nowadays, Patrick Mahomes can break that record.
Absolutely.
He can absolutely break that record.
Yep. And he's on the trajectory of doing it.
Right. And we're talking about passing yards, because remember, for a while, Tom Brady was going back and forth with, it wasn't Peyton Manning, it was Drew Brees. Drew Brees was in the right system to where he could throw the ball around the yard and make that happen. So you're telling me, like, in a pass happy league that we're in nowadays, that you don't have the right quarterback, that someone can't pass that record? No, I think that Tom Brady's passing record is going to get passed. I really do.
I agree with that. Then on top of that, when you look at it, just like you said, you added two weeks onto it. It's a passing league. Mahomes is already light years ahead of Brady's numbers right now. Right now. The first 3, how many years has Mahomes been in the league now? 5 years?
I want to say 5.
Is he 5?
Didn't start the first year. Won the Super Bowl against y'all. Like not.
That's 19. Yeah. What up, Melissa?
And then
so that's 19.
20 is when he lost, when he had no offensive line. 21. Who was in the Super Bowl in 21? Oh no, that was the. There was that one year in there where they lost because D4 was offsides. And this year. So I think that
should be 5.
That should be 5. I think so.
That should. Okay.
Here we go. Hey, thank you, Melissa. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're on 5, right? Okay. So if it's 5 years, his first 5 years are light years ahead of Brady's right now in itself.
Stats and accomplishments.
And on top of that, remember, Brady didn't even play the full year 1 year. Remember, he tore his ACL.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's when they brought that rule.
You gotta exactly. So you gotta factor in that as well. Right now, Mahomes could easily, if he continues doing what he's doing, let's make that clear as well. If he continues doing what he's doing at the trajectory that he's on right now, Mahomes should easily break
Tom
Brady's record. Thank you. I couldn't think of the dude's name that quick. But yeah, he shouldn't break Brady's record. Yeah, I was like, damn, what is dude's name again? But yeah, Brady. He should easily shatter. He should break that with years to spare. They added years on or added games onto it. Plus he should shatter it.
No, I 100% agree. And like I said, the thing for me is that, like I said, at the end of the day, Nobody is going to question. Well, I hope nobody would. Maybe there's some people in Massachusetts. I don't even think in Florida. I'm going to say Massachusetts. That question, oh, no, Brady's a better quarterback than what Mahomes was. If you think that, like, I'm sorry. I think you're stupid. I just think you are. And I'll say that now. As someone
Oh, my bad. I'm reading something. That's
no,
all.
yeah,
I'm
you're good.
reading.
Yeah,
Go
you're
on.
good.
Mhm.
I'll put it up there too. But I was saying in terms of as someone that's played the game, studied the game, understands what quarterbacks aren't, yada yada, all that stuff. If you think that Tom Brady is a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes, I'm sorry, like I can't respect that. He's more accomplished, but of course,
That's it.
what happens when you have a 20+ year career. So again, not knocking Tom Brady, but if you were to ask me straight up, and you know what, for whoever's still viewing this, and again, if you are, thank you so much again for tuning in. We appreciate it.
Shout out to all y'all.
Put it in the comments. Who would you rather have as a quarterback? Like, and I'm not talking about like their records. I'm talking about you've seen Tom Brady play quarterback. You've seen Patrick Mahomes play quarterback. Who would you rather have? Seriously,
for sure. Me, I would definitely take Mahomes.
And trust me, I know who I take
ain't
too.
Even a question.
Exactly.
Because Mahomes can still flat out keep the play going. Number one, so he's going to get you a couple of, that for sure, Steve-O. That deflate.
Mm-hmm.
Back against the Rams and everything like that, I already know if Daniel is looking on this, if he ain't gonna pop on here because I said that,
right.
We might speak him up on here. Yes, we're still going.
I
just feel like that's the
right now on the Twitter group. Just make him hop in.
But even though Melissa, regardless of his family, and a lot of people like looking into that portion of it, like looking into his family. I don't even pay attention to his family. Mahomes is a bad man. Bottom line, he's a bad man. Bottom line, he's right now arguably the best and the greatest we've arguably seen. He can continue on. He's going to do what he's supposed to do. So
yes, and also, Unc, I appreciate you. I know it's Uncle Dennis, so that's what I'm saying. I appreciate you still staying in and tuning in. And also I understand the reference, right? My homeboy, I know who that is. Shout out Shannon Sharp, who of course is a Georgia boy. Well, who else is a Georgia boy in here? I wonder. Shout out Savannah State, by the way. I'll just put it that way. I know exactly where that my homeboy reference comes from. And yeah, like, no, I get it. Like, the reason why we say the family's irritating, I hear you, Melissa, but the thing for me is, and there you go, like, we're talking about it now. First off, what the brother did on Sean Taylor Day, like, disrespectful. At the same time, though, I really do think that if Patrick saw that, say, like, what are you doing? Like, no, this is Sean Taylor's day. Do you understand who Sean Taylor is and what he has done? Obviously, y'all know me. I'm a big appreciator of players, especially from the University of Miami. My cousin played at the University of Miami. Shout out Andre Johnson. So,
shoot, number 80.
Yeah,
well, number 5 when he was at Miami.
5 in Miami, but 80 when he was in Houston. Yeah. So yeah, that's my cousin. So
that's what's up.
Yeah. And all right, cool. You don't talk about this while I guess a push-up pop because I don't have a table that comes up right here to me, so I'm gonna hold it right here to make sure you can hear what I gotta say.
That's why he's 6'7". He's also 6'7". So that table, it just ain't no regular tables that's as big as big enough for him.
Yeah, that's why, Uncle Dennis. So if you got a problem with that, you can pull up to the spot and I will size you up real quick. Pause. And tell you exactly why. But no, that's why. So you ain't gonna have a problem with me holding my mic. You ain't gonna have a problem with it. All right, let's see what Steve-O say. He changed his pick from Bucks to Suns. Did you guys change picks? I mean, no, I haven't. I'm not going to change. Look, I'll put it this way in terms of, I guess, the finals, right? I'm not going to change my picks until the Warriors are eliminated.
You do know it's like one game at a time. First team to 16.
Yeah, like what else do you want me to say? Like, and again, I'm not gonna say I am Draymond because I'm not, but
Right.
you know, remember last year Draymond went in this whole spiel like, hey, we're winning a championship, we're winning this, we're winning that. I'm gonna stay on this spiel until you beat the Warriors in a playoff series. I'm not betting against them to win a playoff series. I'm just not.
Yeah. Hit the link if you want to come on.
Yeah, if you want to slide through.
Anybody. Yeah.
There you go. You
That's
see the
not,
link.
yeah,
The
that's
link is
anyone.
right here.
Link is in. Yeah, link is
Link
in the
is right
chat.
here.
If y'all want to come on, come on.
Exactly.
No problem.
Hey, everybody slide on through. We're good. Hey, you know, like this Timberwolves Nuggets game is in the third quarter, 10 minutes left. I'm sure, like, I know Rod. Rod will love to talk hoops and talk whatever until this game's over, at least until it gets late over there in Atlanta, which it already is. But
I don't even know what this. I'm not even watching that game. I'm just.
Oh, yeah?
No, I'm not even. You telling me something? That's why I was literally about to look down and be like, "Oh shoot!" Since you said that,
yeah,
I was about to put the game up on the TV. But yeah, I'm with you.
I got you. But yeah, it's like, I guess the point being, like, hey, if y'all got something to say, obviously we see all in the comments. Uncle Dennis, you slide on through. I know how you love to keep receipts because you did that after the NFC Championship. Steve-O, looks like you're still watching. So if you do want to slide back on in, please slide on through. I don't need a stand. All right. Like, I'm good how I am. But no, I appreciate you being concerned for me. But yeah, no, y'all slide on through if you want to keep saying other things. You want to talk about some things, like, please.
If you want to just converse with us, come on.
Yeah, just shoot the you know what. Slide on through.
Shoot the shit. I'll say it for him.
There you go. Thank you.
E40 thoughts. He'll be at the game tomorrow night. He's a season ticket holder. Why wouldn't he be there?
Right.
If you think that he ain't about to say something probably to the fans and everybody else before the game or during the game, you got another thing coming. I can almost guarantee you E40 gonna say something or have something done at the game tomorrow. I'm willing to put something on that.
Guarantee.
Yeah, facts. Like, for real. Like, I'm almost willing to put a paycheck on that one. Like, yeah, something about to happen.
So no,
they will definitely have it.
I'm glad Steve-O brought up that question, because I will say this. That was part of why I was somewhat disappointed with how the Warriors pulled up and showed up to the game on Monday. Yeah. Because obviously, and I'm not saying that they were lying in terms of how close or how much E40 means to them. And, you know, obviously he's been a big supporter. He's been a season ticket holder. I'm not saying that, but it's like, all right, cool. Y'all know this. E40 got thrown out this game. E40 also probably would have been at game 2 had he not been thrown out of the game. Like, I really do think, to an extent, that E40, Mr. Earl Stevens, was not at game 2 to prove a point. Right? It's like, okay, no, y'all gonna throw me out? All right, it is what it is. You know?
Yeah.
Like, I ain't just gonna show back up and tolerate that disrespect. I really think that was the case.
Right.
So I really thought, like, you know, obviously we saw the videos where it was you know, they're playing E40 music in pregame and all this things. Like, oh, okay, like this is what y'all doing. Y'all gonna be petty. All right, I like it. Well, guess what? You didn't play petty,
and it didn't even work.
But that's what I'm saying. You didn't play petty. It's like, still to that point, like, if like, the thing for me when I say you're gonna play for somebody. So again, we talked about how the officials they hold on, looks like I'm gonna give Steve-O. Let me see if I can give him that login again. But no, we still have it right here. Steve-O, like, let's see if it works. I'm gonna give it to you right now. But the thing for me is, okay, if you are playing for somebody or for someone for something, you don't let the other team beat the physical team.
Mm-hmm.
That was the problem for me. Like, I can on one hand talk about the officiating and say, hey, they're letting the Kings grab, they're letting Kings do this and do that. On the other hand, I'll still say, all right, well, if they're doing that, well, guess what you need to do? Fight through it. You can still do that, right? Like, they were going to grab you, and I'm saying this as a defensive lineman, right? So that's the thing for me in terms of like holding and all that stuff, right? If they're going to hold you, here's what every single defensive line coach told me: they only hold you if you let them do it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like, I hate to say it, but like they only hold you if you let them do it.
Absolutely.
So if you're not doing anything and everything possible to get off the hole, and I'll even say this in terms of in today's day and age in terms of basketball,
right?
Flop if you have to. Show the officials that they're holding you.
Dennis Rodman got away with it for years.
Right. So no, show the officials if you have to that they're holding you. But one thing you can't do, you can't let a team just hold. You can't let them do it. Because trust me, I know a lot of teams that did that in the Pac-12. Rod, your team's guilty, by the way.
Absolutely. Bro, if you think I don't know that, our non-defensive playing team, absolutely.
I know.
And we're going to have another year not playing defense. Anyway. Anyway.
But yeah, like I said, Steve-O, Uncle Dennis, like, please, they all slide through. The link is right there in the chat. So slide on through. We would love to talk with y'all. We would love to.
Hold on. Where do I at least want to see? Oops.
There you go. Oh, I think we're both clicking on the same link.
Oh, okay. My bad. Yeah.
We're clicking on the same link.
See if he becomes a Packer or a Ram. Least.
I want to say Atlanta.
Yeah, like the least team I would hate for him to be on would be Atlanta, if anybody. Like, I wouldn't care if he went to the Packers. Like, I don't care. Go to the Packers. I don't care if he went to the Rams. Like, I don't care about them either. I don't think he would solidify them if he went to the Rams right now. The Rams they're in shambles right now. So they got more than just a quarterback issue. And I don't think that Caleb, right now, I don't think Caleb would be he might be the answer next year. We'll see. We'll see what team the Rams have next year in itself. That's the question that you got to ask. What team will they have in general? And so if that does work for them, cool. I just personally, you can't have Caleb Williams go to Miami.
Appreciate you, Uncle Dennis.
Yes, appreciate you, Unc. You can't have him go to Miami. Like, I would hate for him to go to Miami with that squad. Oh, no. He goes to Miami. Yeah, they become a bona fide contender because he's better than Tua. He's better than Tua. He can do all the throws over Tua. That's a fact. So
I think he might be bigger than Tua, and I'm not saying that. Height, but like build,
size. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Because Caleb is almost 230, I think. Yeah.
Caleb's at least a good 2.
He might be 2. Well, I know he lost weight this summer. I know that for a fact.
I'll say Caleb's at least 200, 205 from what I know.
Not that I think they should solidify things for him, but I really hate for the Packers because of my cheesehead 11 bro. Oh, okay, that's the reason why. Because I was like,
well,
I don't care about.
Let's be real about Caleb Williams. Like, next year, you're only getting Caleb Williams if you have a top 5 pick at minimum,
at best.
Yeah,
top 3 maybe.
Right,
maybe. I don't see him. I agree with top 5. But I really feel like I don't think he go past 3, depending on the team.
I wasn't saying top 5 to be like just generous.
No, just generous. I agree with you. That's what I'm like. I agree. Like, but 3, might be. I don't see him getting past 3. My personal, but definitely I don't see him getting past 5. I don't think so.
No, I'm with you. Like I said, I just wanted to put that in there to say, like, I was just trying to be generous. And also, look at the Timberwolves coming back. That's an 8-1. That should have been a foul, but it's a 1-point game, at least on my stream.
Yeah,
Denver's
right.
up 70-69, 6:34 left. Timeout, Michael Malone.
And back to your thing, Melissa, about your Grizzlies and everything. Hey, you guys won. We looked lethargic out there. We didn't play. If you looked at my tweets, I said before halftime game was over. I'm big on watching chemistry, body language for the most part, up to halftime. And if certain things I don't see going, I know pretty much how a game is going to go. I see how Anthony Davis is playing. I know how to throw in the towel and not get myself frustrated before a game even goes that far. I'm just one of those fans. I just know it. I've been there. I've been so frustrated where I've arguably almost passed out because of a player or whatever the case may be. But because of this situation and it being that way, nah. I saw how they was playing. I see when LeBron is sitting up there jacking up threes versus going in and going and trying to use his actual body. But now you got, Dylan calling the man old and everything like that. Be careful what you cash, be careful what kind of checks you cash, out there or you sign. Just hope you can cash them. So we'll see. We'll see.
So like what you said, I agree. So that's why, again, I say in terms of like, be careful what checks you cash or be careful what you wish for. This is my thing to Adam Silver right now. And I'm not even saying this to the Draymond situation. I'm saying in general. Because remember, he's trying to bring in this like mid-season tournament, and already we have this problem in the NBA with load management, right? Like Rod, you brought it up earlier in the show. We have this issue with load management. It could get to a point if you're going to force players to try to play in this mid-season tournament. Like I said earlier, it wouldn't surprise me to see someone like LeBron sit out this game. Because, look, at the end of the day, like, I'm not saying I would do it. I'm not saying that I would like it. I'm just saying in terms of the specifics of the series. The Lakers now have home court advantage. So what exactly outside of just domination, like you talked about earlier, and I agree, like I said, I agree with you. I'm not saying I would do it. But outside of that, like what if you are the Lakers and you think you're going to make a deep run with a 38, 39-year-old superstar, what is the point of playing an older superstar in the game 2 where you already did your job and took home court advantage?
I hear that. I agree with. I think and I'll use because I'm glad you brought that. Us old guys, we need a little bit of, thing called rhythm. And I feel like sometimes with us and being older, you got to get that engine going. Once that engine gets going, then it's like, okay, it took LeBron getting into the third quarter to somewhat wake up. And this is the other part that I'm frustrated and mad about is because if you think about the game, we were down 20, I know, at one time in the game. We lost by 10, and that was towards the end. But we had, at one time, the game was down. We had it, I think, down to 5, I think, at one time in the game. Anytime a team can you went from 20 down to 5. And you already have a 1-game lead on the team, and you're on the road. This is all about just knowing how to execute plays, urgency. And this is why I speak on the sense of 6 points, whatever, the sense of urgency. And it's like, if you don't play with a sense of urgency, this is what happens. There's no reason the Lakers should have been down by 20 tonight, but they played like they wanted to be down by 20 tonight.
I
don't want to step up. So, and to your point though, Jordan, I could kind of see what you mean by why would you even get out there and do it? Considering the fact, to even add on to what you just said, Jordan, if I notice Anthony Davis is playing like he doesn't want to play or like how he didn't play on Sunday, why continue to do this to LeBron? And LeBron, why are you thinking
Shut it down.
why are you thinking that LeBron, you're going to get it done by yourself? You know, this kid over here, he's not going to get the game. He's not going to get the job finished for you right now. He's not in the game tonight. He's just not there. He doesn't have a shot going for him. He's not going to be able to do it. He's just not there. So to think that you're going to be the one to do it and finish it off, it's very difficult at 38 to 39. On top of that, while you got your backcourt stinking it up. They didn't show up tonight. Period.
You're 100% right. You're 100% right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not, again, like I said, you already heard me say it before. I'm not gonna expunge LeBron. I think that's the word, expunge. And if it's not, then I missed the word that I wanted to say, and I apologize for that. But the man went 1 of 8 for 3. Even if he didn't go 1 of 8, even if it was 3 of 8 or 4 of 8, I would still sit here and tell you 8 threes for LeBron. That's
8 threes.
That's a little too much. I would still tell you that, like, honestly, and I think for anyone who's watched this show for a while, y'all know how I feel about LeBron and where I think he ranks in the hierarchy. I would still say that. But I wanted to pivot because you know what? You know what I think I want to do? And we'll see if Gina allows me.
Hold on. Before you pivot, let me answer this question real quick. No.
Which question? Because if it's a question, I think so. Here you go. So actually, this is what I'm saying. This is the pivot I want to actually do.
Go.
The pivot I want to do. I want to ask Gina, can we do a new segment? Because first off, Melissa, I appreciate you again. All these questions you're bringing in are phenomenal. I want to have a segment of the show that is literally called Messaging with Melissa. I want to do that because she's putting some really good questions in here. That's the second one. And so, Rod, obviously, I'm going to let you get to it. I really am. But just because it's in order, right? I want to get to the first one, if that's okay with you.
Go with it. No. I'm with, okay. Bro, we on here. Let's ride.
I know. I'm just saying, like it's just asking all these good questions. Like that's what I'm saying. Like we need to do. Let's do this segment, Messaging with Melissa. So the first one that she said, you know, she talked about what you said in TED Talks Ball and the Grizzlies, how they get competitive. They have this issue closing teams. And one of the things she brings up, she talks about the 49ers. So do you see, like, I guess I'll add the question part, right?
Okay.
You see a comparison? And I know you've heard me talk about this before, Rod. Do you see a comparison with the Grizzlies and the 49ers? And I'm gonna mute my mic too. I want to let you have the floor for this.
No. We're not I'll say it this way. Number one, the reason why they aren't, I haven't seen Memphis get at least. I haven't seen them get to the finals yet. Period, point blank, in any way, shape, form, or fashion. That's number one. Number two, I could be wrong, and somebody can correct me. I just haven't heard anybody on the team say that we're a dynasty. And if they did, a dynasty of what?
Talking about the Niners.
Be wrong. Yes.
Okay.
I haven't heard us. Memphis, I've heard them speak that way. And I'm like, how are you a dynasty and you never won? Never even sniffed the finals. How are you a dynasty? A dynasty of what? Talking? Okay. Whatever then, if that's what you guys want. But you're not a dynasty of anything. You got a defensive player of the year. Woo, we have a defensive player of the year. If that's what you want to, go together with on that scenario, okay. Triple J is the defensive player. Right, Nick Bosa, defensive player. Okay, cool. Guess what we also have an issue with, if you want to say that? Memphis then. Who's the point guard right now? You know what I'm saying? Who's the actual point guard? We don't know. One day it's this person, next day it's this person. We don't know that yet. Right now, who's the quarterback for the 49ers? We don't know that right now. So if that's how you want to look at it, then yeah, I could look at it from that perspective. I never heard anybody say that Memphis's coaching staff or whatever was geniuses. I personally never heard of that, so I hope that's not the case. But outside of that, I don't think we walk around cocky or whatever like that. Like how we walk out with a boombox. It's original, but it doesn't mean that we're gonna dominate and win every game. It's just different.
Super
That's
Gremlin.
it. Yeah, that's it. But outside of that, no, we're the Niners. But I don't think we move remotely like how Memphis does. I don't, but I could be wrong. That's just my opinion.
That's very fair. And also, Steve-O looks like he's trying to get back and appreciate you. And Melissa, I see what you mean about letting up off the gas. The reason why I had to bring it up is because, well, if I were to ask the Grizzlies, what have they done to let up off the gas in any playoff situation? And I would ask the same thing for the 49ers, at least this contingency of the 49ers. What have they accomplished to let up off the gas?
Absolutely.
Right? And, you know, we actually, I want to say we had this conversation. If it wasn't on a show, it was definitely in our group chat. In terms of, I even said, there is a certain similarity that I pick up on between the Grizzlies and the 49ers. The reason why I said that, right? Like, it's not that the 49ers talk about they're a dynasty. Like, Rod, you're 100% right about that. I'm not trying to say that's the case. But when you do hear the 49ers talk about certain things, it almost feels and comes off like they already won a Super Bowl or multiple Super Bowls. Or
is it from players or from
from the players?
reporters?
From the players.
Okay.
Or they're entitled to a certain respect because how good. Like, listen, everyone knows how good they are.
Right.
I'm not going to sit here and argue or try to argue of the 49ers are not good. Everyone knows they're good.
Right.
Rod, you know me. Like, I will sit here and tell you they have the best defense, not just in the NFC, but in the NFL. And it's like, if you're on offense, there's only X amount that you really have to do to support that defense. And then y'all added Christian McCaffrey. You know how I feel about the 49ers. I might not like them, but I respect the hell out of them.
Absolutely.
But the one thing that I don't like about them, I'll say this much, is a lot of people talk about them, and I'm saying like in terms of players, media, whatever, they talk as if they have won something. They haven't won anything yet. Like, I'm sorry, especially in the 49ers organization, going to the NFC Championship does not count. Y'all have, what is it, the second most, I think it is, and I'm saying this off the top of my head, second most Super Bowls in NFL history. Is that the case? You're third now. Okay.
Tied for second. Tied for
Got
third,
you.
I think.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Tied for second. Just going there, that doesn't count. You don't raise banners at Levi Stadium for going to the Super Bowl or winning the NFC West. You don't do that because the expectation is different. But what happens sometimes, and again, like we can pull up any press conference people want to do or whatever it is. You hear what some of the people say on this 49ers team, it sounds like they've already won a Super Bowl. It sounds like it. It feels like it. And so I think that's where the comparison comes in for the Grizzlies, where it's like, listen. Also, all right, there you go. Wise and Melissa, thank you so much. I appreciate y'all clarifying me on that. But
right, because I figured that was about it.
Yeah, but like this grouping unit, like the core grouping unit, you hear them talk. It sounds like they already won something. It's like, y'all haven't won anything yet. And so I think, like I said, that's where I think the comparison for the Grizzlies comes in, where obviously, yeah. So like that I just wanted to like clarify that, where it's like, again, obviously there's a difference, a big difference, where the Grizzlies, you haven't even been to NBA Finals. That Niners group has. your organization has never been to a finals. San Francisco 49ers, one of the most respected organizations in all of NFL history.
Yeah.
Like you aren't the same, but in terms of this group,
This
the group that's
generation. I
yeah,
agree.
the group
I
that's
agree
there
with that.
now, yeah, like no,
Mhm.
the Niners talk a lot about how, and they talk a lot in terms of they think they won something. They haven't won anything. You don't deserve that
Right.
respect. I'm sorry.
Right. From this generation, I agree.
Yeah. From this generation.
I absolutely understand where you're coming from, because I'm like, from my age, it's like that generation is come and gone. You know what I'm saying? It's like, we're over here. Other ones, they can miss me with that shit. I ain't even really listening to it.
And I guess the thing for like even with this was like no, I hear in terms of actual organizational success, yes. But now like what we're talking about right now is like in terms of who's talking about what, right? Like we're talking about the actual chatter. I don't hear anybody from Buffalo that's talking about, oh no, we're this and we're that.
But
everybody
I think
knows what Buffalo's history was, right?
no. But I think what he's talking about is like even now. Look at how much hype that they put into Josh Allen.
Okay.
Think about it. Josh Allen has so much hype put on him. And if you think about what Josh Allen does, he started out the year. What did he do to the Rams first game? Lit it up. Thursday, lit them up, or that Saturday, whatever it was, lit them up.
Yeah, it was a Thursday.
And it was like, oh my gosh, look at what they did and what happened once they got into the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? They got up there and they played Cincinnati in the snowstorm. They was out in the first round. Gone. See y'all later. And you know what I mean? So it's like, and what was it last year? They got into the NFC Championship against Kansas City. You remember how he had the shootout with Mahomes? And he played arguably almost a flawless game, but they still ended up losing. So it's like, you hear a bunch from Buffalo people, and how the news, and ESPN and all these other guys, I got the Buffalo Bills going to the championship and da 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 da. Not saying I've heard anybody say that Memphis would go to the championship. I've heard them being a contender, but anybody else, it just ain't. It never happened that way. I just don't see. But I do agree with what Wise is saying as far as Buffalo. I can see the resemblance in that portion of them thinking that they're above, a certain caliber than what they actually are.
No, that's very fair. So my only counterpart is, and again, maybe if y'all have heard more from some sound bites from the Bills that I haven't, like, please tell me I'm wrong. But what I do know is, again, like I said, in terms of like what has been known and what's been out there, the 49ers, when they talk, it sounds like they've already won something. That's what I'm saying. They haven't. And obviously, like again, the comparison for the Grizzlies is when you hear the Grizzlies talk, they sound like they won something in terms of being a dynasty already. And strength in numbers, all of those things. And they haven't done that. I think that's the comparison that gets made.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we hear you.
So what do you guys define a dynasty as?
That's a good question. I would say 3 or more, but some people look at it
Three,
in my
right?
opinion.
I
look at it 3 or more.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. Like at least like for the teams that we're talking about right now, right? Because obviously, like again, it was the Grizzlies that brought up a dynasty. First off, you got to win a championship, at least one, to even talk about dynasty. But I think 3 and 5 at minimum, right? Like that's kind of what I think is kind of the consensus thing, where like even if you win like back to back or whatever, that's wow, that team was good. But I would say 3 and 5 at minimum is like what you at least have to start off with.
So minimum 3.
So what?
in my opinion.
Minimum 3 years, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say like at least
Go
and
on a
not, and
run.
again,
Go on a run within those 3,
like you said,
championships.
go on a run. Yeah, go on a
Yeah,
run.
go on a run.
Okay, yeah.
Because anybody can win 3 championships. You can win 1 per decade. That don't mean that you're a dynasty. But if you're at least within, and I'll just use that as an example, even though it didn't happen, but use the old, what was it, 90s Bills, I think? Like they went to
In
the,
the 90s,
yeah, they
4-0.
went to, 4. The 4
4-4.
champion, right, 0-4 in the Super Bowl. Imagine if, a couple of those kicks would actually went through for them against the Giants and against Dallas and stuff like that. They could have had a couple of championships, but they'll go down as one of the greatest teams to never win.
There'll always
Period.
be a what if.
Or what if? You know what I mean? So
It
to
was-
to go to the Super Bowl 4 straight years and have nothing for it, that's disappointing. You know what I'm saying? So I just look at them and I go, they could have been a dynasty had they won at least a couple of them, and continue to be running at least the runner up. Now, I feel like dynasty in football is totally different than dynasty in basketball because
Okay.
think about it. The most championships you have out of all time is two organizations, and that's New England and Pittsburgh. And they each have, 6, I think? So it's like for them to, in all the years that we've had NFL, was it 102, 3 years or something like that now that we're in, 103 years, the most a team has won is 7 championships or 6 championships out of 100 years. It's 6 total championships within an organization. You look at, and I'll just use an example. You look at, now it was less teams at the time and so on and so forth, but you look at the Lakers and Boston and stuff like, they got 17, you know what I'm saying, within the organization. Then you have teams like the Bulls. They only have 6, you know what I mean? And then you have the Warriors. They have 7, or ain't that right? 7 altogether, if I'm not mistaken, something like that. Anyway, so it's like certain things just happen that way, and they just fall for them. So I just feel like it's way more difficult for teams to be dynasties in football than versus basketball.
No, that's a very good that's a good point. That's why I wanted to create this banner and let's talk about it, right? What defines a dynasty? Because when I think about it, to your point, we think about some of the legacy teams or organizations in the NBA. I think a lot of people look at it as again, you look at what the Warriors are doing now. Obviously, you see what the Lakers have done on different occasions. Most recently, the three-peat with Shaq and Kobe. You see what Chicago did with Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen and all of them. Like that's the thing, right? But it's crazy because when we talk about sports and when we have anything that happens and pops off, it's like I remember even going into this playoff series in terms of the Kings and the Warriors. There were some Sacramento people that are saying like, oh no, the Warriors want to put themselves in this hierarchy with the Bulls and with the Lakers and with the Celtics. Like, first off, let's get one thing straight. There's only 2 teams in the highest of hierarchies in the NBA. Only 2. It's the not the Warriors, excuse me. It's the Celtics and the Lakers. It's those 2. Because if we want to be honest about the Bulls, they had a run that was based off one player. We saw what the Bulls were before Michael Jordan got there. We saw what they tried to be once he left. And again, it's so unfortunate that Derrick Rose got hurt, but it's not they've had
another player
any
since.
They've never had any sense, like even before Michael, They never had any sense of continuous great players. You haven't done that.
It's a fact.
What did the Chicago Bulls win before 1992, and what have they won since 1998? Like if anybody, or 99, I think it was. Like if anybody could answer that question.
98.
Yeah,
For my
okay,
last
98.
year.
98. Yeah. Thank you.
98.
Thank you.
Mhm.
If anybody can answer that for me, please let me know. So let's not put the Bulls up there in that category. We got to drop them down. Honestly, I would say if you're talking about like eras in terms of who's the better franchise, yada yada in sports, you put the Warriors actually above the Bulls because the Warriors have done it in multiple eras. Like,
What do you
Ron, let me
mean?
in
What do you
terms
mean
of
multiple eras?
like
Like
I
what?
get it. Like obviously the Warriors that we talked about, they have 7 championships, right? In terms of the
Mhm.
whole organization. Well, they've won 4 with Steph, Clay, and Dre, like this era. So they have other championships as well without that group.
Right.
So my thing for me, if we're talking about teams and in terms of like the greatness of certain franchises, the Warriors go above the Bulls because the Bulls did it in that one stretch. And I'm saying that in terms of I'm saying that actually to magnify what Michael Jordan did. He
They
did what he
literally
did.
6 years.
He
Yeah,
did
I get what
that,
you're
and
saying.
he won all the championships. And for the most part, again, like I said, like in again, like Steve-O said it, there's a big if in terms of Derrick Rose. I really wish he didn't get hurt, but he did. And so for the most part, again, like the most relevant the Bulls have ever been was when Michael Jordan was there and making things happen. The Warriors have been relevant before Stephen Curry got there and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green got there. They won championships before they got there.
I don't even call the Heat a dynasty.
I don't either. But that's the thing. You see what I'm saying though? People
That's my opinion,
are
though.
so ready to put the Heat up there of like, oh, the Heat are also in that group.
They won one with
disagree.
Wade. Yeah, they won one with Wade and Shaq, and then they turned around and then they won the back-to-back, and that was it.
Yeah.
And that was
and
two
so,
totally different times.
like
That was it.
if we want to talk about like modern times, like yeah, that's a phenomenal organization and franchise. But remember, the Miami Heat, first off, they got formed, if I like correct me if I'm wrong, I think in the 90s. So very hard to put them in like one of those great organizations in NBA history. Very tough to do that. And as great as I think the Spurs are in the organization, can you tell me what the Spurs won before Tim Duncan and David Robinson joined together? Right? Like what did they win? They had a great run. I think we really do need to separate what was a great run for a team versus also what it was a great like franchise and a great dynasty being as a team.
But you still got to count that though, because
Oh, yeah.
regardless of
No,
the
I
fact
do.
in
I do.
'99, because '99 when they came in and '99 when Duncan got drafted by the Spurs, they came in. That was if I'm not mistaken, that was a shortened season, and they beat the Knicks in the finals. They drugged the Knicks. So
Yeah.
that was like the starting of everything, and it took Duncan to finally get on with David Robinson. They became the Twin Towers. But then you also got to remember, too, it was David Robinson, Sean Elliott, Avery Johnson. Yeah, Avery Johnson with his funny talking self. They were that portion of it. Then after David Robinson retires, Avery goes on and he basically retires and all that type of stuff. Now you turn around and now you get the new era of Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili. So as far as that is concerned, yeah, that's a different type. You got to put respect on the Spurs and what Popovich and them did. So I give them that.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. But I guess so. No, like on second thought, especially with what you said, you're right. I was wrong to say, like bring up the Spurs.
It's all good. Yeah. It's all good.
No, I just want to let people know, like I am very open and willing to say
We are open.
wrong.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm
Absolutely.
saying?
We open for correction.
I will let people know I was wrong. So here's the thing. So here's what I'm getting back to the point, though, especially about the Bulls and then actually about the Warriors, too.
Gotcha.
The Warriors have 7 championships, right? 47, 56, 75, 2015, 2017, 2018. Obviously, we know, the rest after that. They've done it in different eras. I think that's a big part of, like, when you talk about these high-profile organizations in the NBA. You have to do it in different eras. Like, here's the thing for me. Like, I know we were talking about football a little bit earlier. I don't hold the Patriots in the same regard as I do the Pittsburgh Steelers. I just don't. I'm sorry. Like, there's what the Pittsburgh Steelers did in the 70s. There's what the Pittsburgh Steelers did, as successful, as good as they were in the 90s and, of course, in the 2000s. They've done it over so many different eras and decades. It's like, okay, no, you put yourself in here. There's a reason why, even, I guess, like, to an extent, the reason why people don't like the Cowboys as much is because, well, guess what? The Cowboys did most of their damage in the 90s. So a lot of people don't like them.
Wait, it's a difference from the Rick Barry led chips
Let's see what
to
I
the
said.
Steph led chips. Then the Duncan Robinson.
But I feel like that's
Duncan
kind of more
Parker.
so my point.
I guess I don't understand it.
Yeah,
That's
like,
just me. I don't get it.
Yeah, I'd like to see Wise explain that some more. But, like, again, here's the thing for me. Like, let's put it this way: the 2 top championship winners in the NBA, right? The Lakers and the Celtics. In terms of how many different eras can I go through for both those teams and be like, hey, this group was a dynasty. This group was one. This group was one. And Steve-O, like, no, you're 100% right. But I guess the reason why I kind of went off on tangent is because I think people don't respect the franchise of the Warriors enough for me. And I say that because, like, has most of their damage been done recently? Yes. But it's not like the Warriors have not won a lot even before this. They've won 7 championships in the whole. So if you look at the core, they won 4. There were still 3 championships that the Warriors have won before that. Like, here, like, so again, the question for me, do we not consider the Sixers one of the better franchises in NBA history? Because I think they're still one of the top 4 or 5 organizations in terms of championships won. Even though they haven't won in a while, but, like,
I was about to say, since I think I was 3 years old, 83, 82, I think, one of them. They were trying to go 4-4-4 with Moses in them.
Exactly. And no,
It's
like,
crazy.
wow,
I still
you're
remember all
100%
this.
right. The run that the Spurs had from 99 up until, what was it, 2014, I think was their last one. That's incredible. It really was incredible. But again, if we're talking about franchises, and I guess the reason why I bring this up, because I was thinking back to some things I've heard about again, mostly Sacramento.
And Detroit back in them days too.
Absolutely. Also,
I'm talking about Wise.
Yeah, no, I
saw
what
he said.
Yeah, I
was like, and Detroit too.
Also, some folks, hey, I'm gonna put it this way: y'all better put some respect on how good the Atlanta Hawks teams were back in the day.
I do. I remember.
Y'all better put some
Kevin
respect.
Willis,
Yeah.
Concat.
They even had Moses Malone.
Spud Webb.
They had Moses. They had Doc Rivers. Like, you better put some respect.
Tree Rollins.
Yep, there you go. But
even had,
like I said, I went on a tangent because I the thing that flashed in my mind. I'm sorry, y'all, if I start going all over the place.
Even had Artis Gilmore for a second.
They did.
I can go. See, I know sports like this. This is me
like,
now.
Obviously, that was 20, 30 years before I was born. And I can still tell you, like, I know this person, that person, that person, yada, yada.
Yeah.
So the thing I've had issue with, and I'm gonna go back. I guess I'm going back to what we started the show with.
Facts. Nobody was checking for John Concat. That's true.
Right. And
Kevin Willis he was big up top, and that man had stick legs.
But here's the thing for me. The people, like, there are a lot of people in Sacramento. They're saying that the Warriors want to be Chicago. They want the fans. They want to be Chicago. They want to be the Lakers. They want to be Boston. Yada yada yada.
Who wouldn't want to?
Yes,
Stupid.
yes, but at the same
They won
time,
championship.
let's
That's
look into
corny
this.
to me.
But that's the thing for me is that at the same time, like, while you're not wrong, you have to look at the Warriors as a complete organization.
Absolutely.
so
If you
much
don't, you're
more
stupid.
They are so much more close to being those teams. And again, like I said, like 7 compared to 13, 14, yada, yada. That's so much closer. The Warriors are so much closer to that as a complete organization than they are the Sacramento Kings. One organization has won 7 championships. The other has won 0.
Yeah, pretenders.
Right. And no, Steve-O, like you're 100% right. I would agree with this. I really would. And again,
You missing the Boston.
I went on
missing the Celtics.
Yeah, you gotta go to Celtics if you're old enough to see
it's a bad white boy named Larry Bird that was on the squad.
You mean Austin Reeves?
No. Austin Reeves wish he could carry.
I'm joking.
Yeah, I was like, no. If I'll just put it this way. If Austin Reeves was half of what Larry Bird is, we win a championship. It ain't even close.
What you mean? He already is. He's him. He told you.
No.
He told you. He's him.
Don't do that. Where's Market? Never mind. See, you almost made me say something, Wise. You almost made me say something, man. Almost made me say something there, but I ain't gonna do that to you. You know, my boy. I know Marcus. His Wi-Fi might be shut down right now, but still, I know where he at.
Yeah, like I said, overall, I think people really do need to put a lot more respect on the Warriors in terms of overall organization than what they do.
Yeah,
like I get it. You know, the big 3, the core 3, always talk about, hey, we won 4 championships, yada yada. I get that. The whole organization has won 7. Like, I think technically, if memory serves me right, the Warriors have won the 3rd most NBA championships in league history. I think that's what the case is. And I'll even double check.
Definitely, I think 3rd. No,
yeah,
I think you're right.
3rd. If I'm wrong,
that's not even. Yeah, that's.
I'll tell you I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But like that's what I think it is. So I think people didn't really understand what the situation is. So yeah, like, you know, Rod, obviously it's just you and I still in here.
Chit-chatting, talking, brother.
Right. Let's and there you go. Appreciate you, Wise. He's the one he put it in there 3rd with 7. I want to pivot real quick for our finals part. And you know exactly what I want to pivot to.
Go with it.
There were these talks and rumors. Obviously, we've talked about it as a group together for a long time now. The 49ers are taking calls about trading Trey Lance. Now, before I give you my thoughts on it, I want to hear what your thoughts are on that and what was put out there.
This is Rod Cowley's thoughts about the 49ers. Here we go. Just because they're getting phone calls, doesn't mean it. I'm gonna use this analogy, and I think everybody would get it. It's like, think about when your woman comes to you and says, and I hope she doesn't, but, you know, why does this person keep calling you? Because they want to call me? Don't mean I got to respond. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of who called or whatever, doesn't mean that they need to entertain it. I'll use this as an example. Last year, they took calls about Debo. What did they give up? I'll wait on that answer for anybody. Because you remember, just because, he requested a trade, man. Look, thinking about what we could get for Debo and and we can get this and blah 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 blah. Doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, just like a lot of things, and you even go back to when before Trey was even drafted. Remember, people threw out this whole narrative that Mac was supposed to be coming to us and all this other stuff. And out of Kyle's mouth, Kyle said, "We saw that. We let y'all run with it. We let y'all say and think exactly what you thought. And we looked at it and was like, we never said that. But if that's what they want to run with, let them run with it. They're not here to correct it, and they continue on going about their business. I don't think this is my thing. Why would you personally trade Trey Lance, a person that you traded the farm for just to move up to the third? You traded 3 first rounds to get the kid just to have Sam Darnold and 2 other unproven quarterbacks in your quarterback, like in back there in your quarterback room. Doesn't make sense. And now what you're telling me also is they 100% right this second trust everything that Brock Purdy has done and is going through right now. They know for a fact that everything is going to be 100%. That doesn't even, I think people really need to just slow down sometimes. Just because they hear something, the first thing that they do is they run with it. Oh, well, at least we can get this, and maybe we can get that, and maybe this can come from this, and maybe this, and it's just like, slow down, slow down, slow down. Like, I really genuinely don't think that Trey is going anywhere. That's just my personal opinion. But how you feel about it?
No, that's very fair. Also, first off, Melissa, I apologize. We did not get to your second question of messaging with Melissa. So let's get to it. And because she makes a good point in terms of the Jordan Poole situation. And I'll say this. If the league thought they needed to do something about the Jordan Poole situation, they should have done it. So again, I asked the question in terms of if they're saying for previous we're talking about previous situations or previous history, why did you not get on him when the previous situations happened? Right? Obviously, the Warriors suspended Draymond when that happened. And the league was like, okay, cool. Yeah, I guess y'all got a hold of it. Everything's fine. So you didn't do anything. So that's why, like, even if it is the case where they added on to it because of the situation. Again, I still go back to, well, guess what, NBA? That's your fault. That's on you. That's not on Draymond. That's on you. So sorry. Go ahead.
No, you good. Personally, in my opinion, I feel like that's not even the case at all. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm just saying not you, but if the Warriors or if the NBA decide to use that as their reason for suspending him, for something that happened before the season even started, that's extremely corny on them. It wouldn't even make sense to do it now. Like, why would you choose that play to utilize and, to suspend him now? That doesn't even. Some things I wish people would just read it and just read it. That's it. Like, continue scrolling, because some stuff it doesn't even need a response to it. It's just like, wait, what is that? It, huh?
It should.
And anyway, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even. But because you wanted to entertain the question, no. To answer that question, that's
like I said, it was out there. So I mean,
I agree. No, I'm not mad at her. I'm just talking about no.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me is, like, again, the end of the day. So like, and Alyssa, you bring a great point. The mega 3, right? Schefter, Rappaport, Florio, all those. I'll put it.
All of them been wrong,
and she's not wrong about bringing that up, but the reason why they can say what they do say, they talk to people in organizations. Like it's like, whether it's they put out stuff they aren't supposed to, or they put out stuff that the organizations want them to put out. They do have connections. And so this is what I've said from the get-go. I said this last year, Rod. You know this. At the end of the day, the reason why the 49ers are okay with this being out and why they're not denying it or, deflecting from it is because they want to up the price for what Trey Lance could go for if they do decide to fully trade him.
That's it. They just want to see the value.
Yeah,
they just want to see the value for him.
Right. Like, I'm not saying that they want to trade him right now. That's why, they're taking calls or things like that. I'm not saying that. But my thing is, at the end of the day, let's be real. If Brock Purdy comes back and his elbow's okay, right? This is a hypothetical.
Right.
You have a 7th round pick that's your starting quarterback. You don't have to pay him for a few more years.
Right.
You have a 1st round pick, the 3rd overall pick, who at the end of the day, like, he's a little further on in terms of years in the league, so you have to pay him sooner. If you don't think that you've seen enough to, like, say, hey, he's this, he's that, which, again, like I said, we can talk about whose fault that is, right? We can talk about whose fault that is Rod. You know how I feel about that part. But still, notwithstanding, if you haven't seen enough, you try to move him. But even if you try to move Trey right now, I've said this before, you don't move Trey Lance for more than a 3rd round pick. In terms of, if I'm another team that wants to see what he has, I'm not offering the 49ers more than a 3rd round pick. But now all of a sudden you talk about you talk to other teams, or you're telling other people out there, like, hey, this team's asking about him. This team's asking about him. Maybe that gets to a 2nd. Maybe you do get to a desperate team that says, oh, no, like, okay, well, who's asking for what? We'll throw in the 1st. We'll do it. Maybe you do get that lucky and fortunate. But all this is the 49ers just trying to get even more for Trey Lance, when I really do think at the end of the day, what's unfortunate is that they've decided, like I said, if Brock Purdy's healthy, he's their guy. And I'm not saying that that's unfortunate that they decided that. I'm saying it's unfortunate because of how they've treated the whole Trey Lance situation.
I really don't know what may happen. I just really feel like Trey, once he gets in there, Trey gets his opportunity. Just get a kid a fair shot. Please, just get
That's all we got. That's all people have asked for. That's it.
Gosh, I feel like Trey is just going, give him a shot. I feel like, even if, hypothetically, let's just say, because I don't personally think that Brock will be ready until, at the earliest, keyword, at the earliest, maybe week 5. Maybe week 5. At the earliest, he'll be ready. Let's just say, hypothetically, Trey walks in the building, rips it. I mean, rips it. Y'all going back to, we're not going back to Brock Purdy. Like, y'all can, that wouldn't even make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's why I just feel like certain things are just opportunities that people take. You can be prepared and be ready and just be there for insurance policy once Trey decides to go down. Outside of that, there's nothing you can do about it. Let Trey do his thing. This is my thing. We always have, the first 6 to 7 starts. We always start off slow every year. Let's say it turns around and Trey gets this thing going first 6 weeks of the week, or 6 weeks of the year, and he's balling. I know there are going to be people that's still going to yell, because there are some people, regardless of whatever happens, you cannot please them unless their person or whatever agenda fits their narrative. So they're going to find something. Now, if Trey walks in and he's, 20, 21 of 27, 430 yards, 4 touchdowns, you better not ask for Brock. You better not ask for Brock. Now, 1 week. Because Brock ain't putting up numbers like that. I'm just saying hypothetically, if he does walk in the building doing that. So all I'm saying is, granted, every year we start off slow. But let's just say if Trey walks in there. I feel like this too. This is my also, and I shared this yesterday on there.
Yeah.
On another show. Trey has to walk in there with I don't give a fuck attitude. I don't care what grown man you are or whatever. I'm going to give y'all the ball. I'm going to put the ball in your hand. There are little things that he can take out of the situation as far as what to do, maybe in the huddle or whatever. I think confidence-wise or whatever, I don't think that wavered. I feel like if anything, it was just to get his mentals together after that second surgery. Now, think about this, and you, of all people, know this. Trey hung out at Stanford with a certain champion named Steph Curry. Trey's also throwing with a certain champion named Patrick Mahomes. I just feel like when you get in the mindset of champions, MVPs, to get in their psyche to figure out what they're doing, how they do it, what got them to that point, then I feel like it's a wrap. I feel like it's a wrap. And also to people act like it was Trey Lance who got the safety in the pick six. I agree. Now, also
8.
to that, exactly. And also to your defense, people also act like Brock Purdy has never thrown an interception before. Like, horrible interception. We forget that he threw against Miami and stuff like that, but people seem to gloss over as if, he walked in and all he did was we won 7 in a row and that's all we've done and we scored more points.
Can we also talk about what Trey Lance had to work with in terms of weaponry versus what Brock Purdy had to work with? I mean, can we bring that up too? Is that
Can we name Debo not being at training camp? Can we name Kittle not being there majority of the time because he was also dealing with his injuries? Can we also name a guy that was in Mecklenburg County in North Carolina named Christian McCaffrey? He also wasn't on that team. So when people bring to me and tell me that, Trey just doesn't get it done or whatever the case may be, I remember a year where if we don't win this game, we're not making the playoffs. And Trey, with less, less guys, got the job done. Now it may not have been up to 35 points, but people forget that, he only scored 27 and he had a slow start, but he did get the job done. But people, they forget that he did throw, pretty good game that, as well too. And he got it going in the second game or in the second half. On top of that, Brock Purdy has also had consecutive games he started. Name the games that Trey has had consecutively to start. Floor is yours.
All right. No, I mean, you're making 100% points. And like Steve, I'm glad you brought this up, but I want to bring this up too. What did I say, Rod, in terms of what did I say? What is the best thing that helps out a young quarterback? A good tight end, right? Remember I said that? Okay. What did Brock Purdy have that Trey Lance did not have and still has not had? He did not have George Kittle.
Tight end. Yep.
He did not have George Kittle. Okay, let's add on to it. What else has Brock Purdy had that Trey Lance did not have? Christian McCaffrey.
He had a healthy Christian McCaffrey. Well, wait, before you keep going, hold on.
Not even. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you name the game that Elijah Mitchell went out of when he was back there with Trey? Can you name the game?
Game 1 versus Chicago when it was a monsoon.
Game 1
when it was a monsoon.
Carry on.
But no, so that's my thing. Like, again, I've never seen Trey Lance with Christian McCaffrey. And trust me, if y'all have seen or heard me on this show, I love Christian McCaffrey. You know it. There's a reason why. That was my teammate. I saw it up close and personal how good he is.
Yep.
And again, like what Melissa said, he had George Kittle week 17. And again, remember what we said. There was a you have to win it game that the Niners had. And that was that game against the Texans. Guess who won it? Guess who won it? Oh yeah, that's right. The Niners won it. Like we can talk everything we want about. Oh, we were so close. If what's his name? Jaquaski Tart catches the interception. We're going to the Super Bowl. Well, guess who else you don't go to the Super Bowl with that year? Trey Lance. You don't do it because you're not in the playoffs without him. So
They just gloss over that. They gloss over that because
so.
it to them. And to their defense, they like to use. Well, I mean, it's not like it's just the Texans. They weren't all that good, and I'm like, y'all kill me with these narratives y'all love to pull out.
Do you trust Nick Mullins in that game? Do you trust CJ Beathard in that game?
I definitely don't.
I'll even put it this way. I'll put it this way. Since y'all just got him, do you trust Sam Darnold in that game?
Not Mr. Scared of people. Oh no, what did he see?
And Rod, you know I got to ask you that because you're a USC fan. Sam
Absolutely.
Darnold went to USC, so like if anybody that I know would trust Sam Darnold in this situation, it would be you.
And I don't.
There you go.
So, but they want to put their trust in Sam Darnold right now, who has let me say this to Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold hasn't had this type of weaponry around him either. So that part, he hasn't had that type of offensive coordinator, this type of playbook. I get all that type of stuff. Does he have the talent? Yes, he has the talent. Where is his mindset? We'll find out. I don't know. That's the only thing that's really within question. But I for sure am not about to sit up here and act like I'm about to give the keys over to Sam Darnold versus Trey Lance. Now, Kyle, you told me that if Trey doesn't get hurt, he was out to have a successful season. Mm-hmm. Why does that change now? Mm-hmm. Why does it change now? But again, I haven't heard that from Kyle to say that. This is the narrative that people and reporters and sources have heard. They like to put that out there. Miss me with that.
And also, I love this one. Steve said, "Give me your Lance stats for the year." Well, I guess, and I'm trying my best not to be a bad guy, but I have to ask the question: if you want my Lance stats, what team is he on? I have to ask it now.
That's a fair question. That's honest. That's a real question, and we'll find out by next Thursday.
Yeah, we will.
Because that's just the same. I feel like we're in the same scenario, in the same position of just like we was with Debo. If we get out of this draft all nights, not just the first night, because remember the first night it was let's see what the Jets do. Let's see what the Jets do.
Yeah.
We was worried about what the Jets do, and if we get past the Jets pick, we keeping Debo. Yeah, we're good to go. My thing is, if we get through this entire draft, there's your answer right there. Because if we get through this entire draft, and I don't care who we draft, and I'm just being honest, I don't care if it's old boy from UCLA. I don't care who it is. At the end of the day, when you get that boy in there, and especially what we've seen, and I know that they have seen more footage of what Trey can do than what is being put out there. The sky's the limit for this kid, man. And I feel like they know realistically, he's got it. He's got it. It's just the mere fact of how do I keep Kyle, set the kid up, give the kid the opportunity to stay healthy and let him flourish. Period.
And that's the hard part about Steve. Like, it's a great question that you're asking. I can't answer it because I can't sit here and act like I can't sit here and act like even if he doesn't get traded, that he actually is going to have a full year to prove himself. That I feel like that's the whole problem with all of this. Like, even if it starts off slow, and like you all have admitted, you've all admitted, the 49ers start off slow. And you know what? That has nothing to do with the coaching staff. The reason why I say that is because the same play caller has still been there. It's Kyle Shanahan. I don't care if Mike McDonald's gone, in Miami and all these things. At the end of the day, Kyle Shanahan's the one calling those plays. So that's been a consistent. The issue now is, like I said, in terms of Trey Lance, do they actually really trust and believe Trey Lance is the guy and think that he is who they thought he was supposed to be? That's the other part about it too. Maybe Trey Lance isn't who they were supposed to be, but at the same time, it's like, well, does that mean that their eyes were wrong? Because they're talking about running him and using him like this. Everyone that I know and people I know around the league, Trey Lance is not a runner. He is a extender of a play, right? But no, he's the guy that's supposed to throw the ball. But guess what the Niners have been trying to use him as this whole time? They use him to run. That's what gets him hurt. You already heard Trey Lance before. He said, like, no, I don't slide. It's not what I do. XYZ. Okay. If you know your player says that, guess what? Who it's up on now, either to teach him how to slide and get down, or you call plays to where you don't put him in harm's way like that.
I bet you he will slide this year. I bet you he will figure that part out.
That's the thing. I don't know.
I feel like, you know how you say certain things and then once it happens, then it's like, shit, I wish I'd have learned that. I do feel like he's learned how to slide, throughout this, this off season. Well, shoot, past the off season. I feel like he's gotten that somewhere under his repertoire, somewhere within that. And it's not difficult to learn how to slide. Like, it's not hard. It's not hard at all. Everybody's been a kid.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you should know how to slide by now, hopefully. But, okay, let's just say if he didn't. I give that maybe 3 days at best. And I'm not even talking all day either. You need a couple of slides, and then there you do. You got it. Now you know how to slide. Simply put. Now, as far as what he can do and how he can do it and all that, we'll see. I just feel like if he can get multiple consecutive starts, that's all I want to see right now. Give me consecutive starts of Trey Lance in a 49er uniform this year and give him an honest chance. And I feel like Trey will go.
And that's where I disagree with Steve-O in terms of, like, the question doesn't show what people think about Trey. I think the question shows what do people think the 49ers think about Trey. I don't think any of us in here, and if I'm wrong, please say otherwise. I don't think that anybody in here actually thinks that they expect Trey Lance to play a full season next year. And the reason why I say that is not because I don't think Trey Lance is good enough. It's because we already talked about this, right? How do the 49ers usually start off? Like you said, they already have the same play caller on offense next year. They're coming back. So technically, they really shouldn't have that much of an issue. If the issue or situation is quarterback, not quarterback, sorry, the coaching staff, they shouldn't have an issue starting off slow next year. I'm sorry. They just don't. But if that's what they want to use as a scapegoat, and then all of a sudden Brock Purdy comes back and he's healthy enough, well, then, yeah, guess who the scapegoat's going to be? It's Trey Lance. So that's why I can't answer that question about what do I think that Trey Lance is.
Y'all are really on these stats.
I know, but I'm saying,
matter.
Like, I'm just saying that's why I can't answer that question.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you, Jordan. I'm just y'all are fixated on these stats.
I don't know in general. Like, that's why I can't answer that.
Yeah, we just want to see him play. His stats right now, we don't even know if he's going to even play. We don't even know.
Because the thing for me is, like, look, I could give you numbers for Jimmy G one year, and I'm just saying because obviously he was the quarterback before. And if I wanted to mimic what I thought his numbers would be through a year off of what he did in a Green Bay playoff game, I would tell you, yeah, it's not very good. Does that all of a sudden mean that I don't think that the 49ers would be very good that year? No, that's not what I'm saying. It's just, again, we all know how this team is set up. Technically, Trey Lance doesn't have to do that much for the 49ers to be successful. Brock Purdy did not have to do technically that much for the 49ers to be successful. The team is as it's constructed is very good. You have a great defense, one of the best defenses in NFL history. You have a really good offensive line. Now we'll see what it looks like next year. I know obviously a lot of Niners fans don't like Mike McGlinchey. We have to see how they do in terms of replacing him and how that looks. But even when he was there, it was still a really good offensive line. You have one of the best skill position groups in the NFL. In terms of Debo, Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Jawan J, like all those guys.
And that's another thing you got to play that plays into role too. Which guys will be healthy and which guys will be around throughout the entire season?
Yes,
Because
of course.
we got to remember, Debo came off of what was it, 1,500 plus, year, to where this year maybe he got over 700 yards, maybe. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, granted, he was hurt, got injured a couple of times this season. So you just don't know which you really don't know which one you're gonna get. And that's the one that I'm like iffy on. Like, which Debo are you gonna get? Then you gotta think about the rest of the guys that are included in this. While we see this every summer, guys always will show their little highlight reels and all this stuff. Looks good and beautiful as every year that they do this. My biggest thing is, once training camp is over, who made it through and who didn't get hurt.
Yeah, good call. Great
That's
call.
it.
That's a great call.
That's all I'm worried about.
Yeah. But no, again, like I said, it sucks. Like, Steven, trust me, I want to answer your question. I really, really do. But I'm also telling you why I can't. And it has nothing to do with Trey Lance. It actually has nothing to do with Trey Lance.
You don't even know Trey will be here.
You don't know if he'll be here. You don't know if he's going to play the full season. You don't know, again, like, hey, if this offensive line is an even better run blocking unit.
Those questions haven't even been answered.
I was like, no, like, it's not a deferred. It's, if you understand the game, it's very.
How can you answer it? Yeah. That's what I was about to say. How can you truthfully answer that question? I don't think that's really a question you can truthfully answer because you don't know where he's going to be.
Well, not like, let's just say even hypothetically, if Trey Lance is there next year, I'll play into it. Okay. I'll play into it.
Let's go.
Because you're saying we're deferring. Even though we're answering your question, you just don't choose to listen to the answer. If Trey Lance is there the whole year,
he's a stat guy, so
which is fine. And like, trust me, listen, I get it. I love stats too. But as you know me, I also pay attention to the situations and all that. You say as if he played a full year. Full year with what? Full year with Christian McCaffrey as his running back and Elijah Mitchell. There's so many different things. We don't know what his offensive line looks like. I mean, even if you wanted to ask me, y'all know me, I'm a Falcons fan. If you wanted to ask me, wait, what are Desmond Ritter's stats next year? I don't know. Honestly, I don't care. All I care about is he help? Yeah, does he help us be in a better position to win games as much as possible? Does Trey Lance do that for the 49ers? I think he can. And I haven't seen him do that yet in terms of with the amount of weaponry that Brock Purdy had. I don't care what his stats are. He could have some of the best stats in the league. If the 49ers go 2-14, but he throws for 5,000 yards, does that matter?
You ain't going to be happy with that. You ain't going to be happy with 5,000 yards, 40 touchdowns, and 14 interceptions.
Absolutely.
You'll be like, but we went 2-15, and then you'll be like,
not. And you're right, 2-15.
But he looked good.
The 17th game. You're right.
Yeah, but he looked good. Then what? It doesn't matter. So, in my opinion, okay, let me throw this out there for you. It's for Steve-O to make him happy. Because this is what we have to go by. If everything goes, literally, if that's the key word we have to worry about, though. If everybody's healthy, if everybody is there throughout the entire year, then we get 3,700 yards, 27 touchdowns, and 14 interceptions.
Okay,
That's
there you
it.
go. Like I said, I'm
Cool.
not giving numbers because, like I said, there's so many things out there. I cannot.
I just threw.
More.
I legit don't know. I just threw that out.
No.
I don't
I hear what you're
care.
saying. I'm just saying, like, I'm not even going to do that. I'm just not.
And that's not even my final because I don't care. Like, I just threw that out there. Hopefully, Steve, that made you feel better to hear some stats or whatever. I don't care for stats like that. Does this guy help me? Does this guy help my team? Does he look better? Does he progress after every game? Does he make less, bonehead decisions that he did the week before? Does he improve from the week before? That's what I'm worried about right now. This kid has been sitting around for 3 years. Granted, he's been injured, but he's been sitting around for 3 years. All I want to see is, does he improve from game to game? Does he get better from game to game? I could care less about what your stats look like. If your stats is blowing you out the water, but they're empty calorie stats, meaning like we're getting blown out at the end of the game, but his stats look good, then what? Then what? He threw for 4,000 yards this year, and we still only won 2 games.
Because I'll say this, number 13 y'all had last year, and I'm not even including the Eagles game, obviously, because he only lasted part of the first half. He was getting worse. And I'm not even trying to say that. I'm not even trying to say that.
How did he look against Dallas?
But that's my thing. Is like, obviously, I'm saying that in terms of he started here. Like Brock Purdy, when he started, it was phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Before the tape got out on him.
But as like when things kept going, it was looking like this.
Stuff started getting predictable, didn't it?
It was looking like this.
And my thing is this also. You have a lot of firepower around you. And yes, you look very good with that firepower.
You should.
Exactly.
How good did Jimmy G look when he had Christian McCaffrey in that Rams game?
Yeah, he was arguably having his best year.
Everybody was talking about all of a sudden. Oh, look at Jimmy G going through.
Look at Jimmy.
Look at
Jimmy.
Look
at
him going through his reads. All of a sudden, he goes back to Christian McCaffrey back over here in the flat for a wide open touchdown. Hey, nobody I know yet that was talking about how Jimmy G goes through reads like that until Christian McCaffrey got there.
Until he came around, because he had to keep the defense
not played with yet.
Exactly, just to see what this guy can do. And then when he can see what he can do, he's like, "Oh, I got this, and I got Kittle.
Thank you.
And I got Ayuk. I got a Danny Gray who can fly. That I can get him the ball,
which they don't even use
throw.
For the most part.
That's my whole point. I can get him the ball. He doesn't have to stand over there in street clothes for this game. He can actually get the ball. Because guess what? I can get the ball to him. You got Debo out there as well. You have Ray McLeod out there. Name all these people. But then you get Trey. Oh, we forget. Trey didn't even have a guy who was supposed to cover his back, Mr. Trent Williams, during training camp, because you remember training camp, Trent doesn't have to practice every day. But, games, he shows up. Who did he show up for in games? Brock Purdy. Of course, he's going to say, man, Brock Purdy doing his thing. And man, he believes in Brock Purdy. I would hope he would say that. You blocked for him.
And you're preaching. I just want to not conclude, but I want to say this one last time. Steve-O.
Yes.
I get it in terms of what you're talking about with stats, right? But first off, you are 100%. Actually, I want to keep it up there. You're 100% wrong. Here's the reason why I say that. If you want to talk your stats versus my eyes of the game of football, I would gladly take on that conversation. You can bring up any stats you want, what you think Trey will do, what you don't think Trey will do. And I'll tell you why I think he will or won't do that. And I guarantee you, I trust my eyes and my instinct on the game versus what you think the stats will be. So let's get that straight, because Rod even said it himself. Okay, and again, like Steve-O, I appreciate, like I really do appreciate you coming on the show, but I gotta make this very clear. Okay, Rod even said, you know what? I guess I'll entertain it. The reason why he didn't entertain it is the exact same reason why I was saying I'm not going to play into the stats game. I've seen so many teams. I've been part of teams of, okay, cool, you want to go off of stats? Be my guest. Stats don't tell the whole story. They just don't.
At all.
You want to look at all the numbers you want? Be my guest. Like, I know the phrase is men lie, women lie, numbers don't. Yeah, they do. Yes,
they do.
They do. But I'll tell you one thing that doesn't lie. The eye that knows what it's looking for. So, again, like I said, if you don't have that, you might want to bark up a different tree. I really do want to make sure that comes up and that's said. You can have your approach to how you look at the game. That's fine. I'll have my approach to looking at the game. And honestly, I look at stats too. I use stats also to help back up my points or how I look at things. So, and again, like, no, here you go. This is what I'm saying. It's not what I think of Trey. Because what I think in this whole conversation, what I think of Trey doesn't matter. I'm telling you, what do I think the 49ers think of Trey? That's the most important thing. I could tell you, hey, he should throw for 4,000 yards next year. 4,000, 4,500 yards next year. He might not get a chance to do that after game 3 if Brock Purdy comes back from his elbow. But then all of a sudden, hey, if I say that, I'm wrong. Well, I look stupid. No. I'm telling you what I think about Trey. The Niners are telling you what they think about Trey.
Pretty much.
But no, like, yeah, it's a different story, but it's the story. That's my whole point. It is the story. You're looking at numbers and what I like and what Trey, like what I think Trey could do. I am telling you at the end of the day, what I think Trey can or can't do does not matter, because all that matters is what the 49ers thinks he can do.
Yep.
That's what matters. Look, like I said, at the end of the day, my team is the Falcons. It's Desmond Ridder. I could give you XYZ numbers on him of what I think he can do. I don't know. Maybe the Falcons want to run the ball a lot like they did last year. Like they did all up and down the 49ers' throat last year. Maybe that's what they want to do. That's their purpose. That's their goal. Well, guess what? Desmond Ridder's numbers aren't going to look that good. Doesn't matter. Do they win? Ask me this. What do you think that I think the Niners record would be? Here's the better question. What do you think I think the Niners record would be if Trey Lance was the quarterback? Because I would tell you, you know what? At least at that point, no worse than 10-7 or 11-6. Is that not what matters?
It mattered when it was Jimmy G back there.
Everybody would.
It mattered back then. Now everybody wants, Trey to do this and Trey to do that. But then soon as, we could be winning. But soon as get Trey out of there because Trey ain't doing it. And now everybody, you gave 7 years to Jimmy, please. But now y'all don't want to give Trey no time because according to everybody, our window is right now. It's wide open. We can win it. Bro, we ain't won nothing since I was 15 years old. Miss me with that window open shit. I'm tired of hearing that.
Right. So
I'm so tired of hearing that.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So when we bring this up and we're talking about what Trey Lance's stats are, and then the question then becomes, oh, Brock Purdy can win a chip. I don't know what the record is. So why does it matter? We're talking about one person. It's the stats. And then you're going to say, no, tell me, what do you think what Brock Purdy's numbers would be? And I know I'm the one that said, hey, here's what I think Trey Lance and the 49ers record would be. But you're the one that brought up stats. So, no, I want to hear, what do you think Brock Purdy's stats would be? What do you think Trey Lance's stats would be? But like I said, at the end of the day, I don't care what the stats are. I care about what the win-loss record is. That's what matters to me.
But the thing about it is, okay, we get.
You're good.
Okay.
No, I figured it was a typo. You're good.
Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah, and I'll use this as an example. I thought Brock could have won a championship for us last year. Now, I legit don't know. He's coming off of an injury, and this is the part that they love to forget. Brock is also hurt, but Brock can get over it, and he's still a championship. He's still a champion in his mind. He can overcome his injury, and he will be more than fine because it's just his elbow. The part that he has to throw with, the part that gets is either going to get stronger or it's going to get weaker. But according to all the fans that are out here, they already know that his arm is going to be even that much more better, not knowing what's going to happen out of him. We at least have clips of Trey throwing the football and you can see his ankle. But we know for sure, a guy who just got out of a brace is ready to lead this team again back to the Super Bowl. Wow. How naive and how idiotic some people can just assume straight off the rip and that's it. We don't know yet.
Which again, we still don't know yet because he didn't do it before. It was an unanswered question if he could lead them to the Super Bowl in the first place.
Bingo.
So that's the thing for me. But no, before we close this out, Steve-O, again, we really, really do appreciate you keeping on the conversation and adding things on. Like, we might disagree, but guess what? That's the reason why we have shows in the first place.
And that's part of it. I love to disagree sometimes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's a whole part of it. Absolutely. It's cool. Do that.
As long as we listen, we talk to each other, yada, yada, like it's all good. That's what it is. So
you might jog my memory and have something else come up.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I appreciate that.
Exactly. But guess what? This is, I guess, the first rendition of us actually having a sports laugh and chill show. So everyone who's tuned in, we appreciate you. Obviously, we went on for 4 hours because look, Rod and I, like I said, we can talk about sports back and forth for hours. It doesn't matter. But for everybody who was here, again, like I said, we appreciate you and
appreciate
definitely
all y'all.
more to come. Let's go Dubs tomorrow. Well, they better win. But yeah, we will we'll all see y'all soon.
Appreciate it.